like really where we can begin. So I think it probably makes most sense to flip over and kind of break down what's on Raw and then take it from there. So we've got Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins. They're all going to be on the show tonight. AJ Styles is going to be taking on Karrion Kross. Gunther is going to be appearing ahead of WrestleMania 41. Promo section doesn't say about Jey Uso, but I would be surprised if Jey Uso isn't on this show. And then we've got Bayley taking on Liv Morgan as well. So, yeah, lots coming up tonight. Obviously, it's finishing touches, really. It's not anything that I think is going to be mind-blowing. It's not anything that I think is going to change the landscape. It's really just putting those final touches in place. And I suppose in a way it's about bringing people up to speed that have not been watching and about like them knowing what's happening for WrestleMania. There's a lot of kids that are off school. There's a lot of people like teachers that are off work. And so obviously we're getting closer to Easter as well. So a lot of people will be free and available that won't have been watching the shows. And so they will want to be kind of brought up to speed. So obviously we've done a predictions video and I really have tried to make that as easy for people that are like casual fans. People that only get a chance to watch once in a while rather than every week and talking about wrestling every day. I've tried to make it as easy to understand what the matches are, why they're happening, who we think is going to win, why we think they're going to win. And I've done my best on that. So that video's on the channel. I know many people watching have already seen it. I've had some lovely feedback from it and I appreciate that. So I feel like really it's just about jumping into what you want to jump into and talking about what it is that you guys want to talk about. I did just see a pretty intense Roman Reigns promo. That's doing the rounds. Roman talking about how, you know, he's let things slip through his fingers. His father was asking him, like, why do you care what people think? And Roman really kind of, I don't know, giving us a bit of a promo, a couple of minutes on social media. Not the kind of thing we've seen from Roman before. Normally, Roman promos on social media are very short and to the point. This one was a little darker, a little more intense. There was a little bit of like a trust nobody in there, which I thought was very interesting. So we've had that today and just bits, really. Just little bits and little bobs. Right, let's jump in and see where the chat is. AJ206, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friend. Flowers and a smoothie, says William. Oh, is that what your evening looks like? Flowers and a smoothie. That is the name of my next album, actually. So, William, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Kelly said, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to be in here tonight. I'm feeling a little bit off. Oh, Kelly, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, it's better to be feeling off right now than it is to be feeling off later in the week. So get those bad feelings out the way. Opala, hello. I hope you're doing well. Triple A.
AA.
AAA.
Hey, Daze, your predictions video was very good. I genuinely love your WWE brain. I am just surprised you didn't say Cena will win.
Yeah, in regards to Cena and Cody, we've spoke about it a few times. I mean, I do think that Cena's got a great chance. I mean, I do think it's actually a very close match. I think I just can't shake that. I just can't shake that I don't want him to. I just can't shake that feeling that, like, are we really going to put the title on him as him being a heel? I mean, I know there's people that keep saying it doesn't matter that he's a heel, right? And I do understand that, but I do think this is a massive moment. At the start of the year, there was two moments that I think were absolutely guaranteed massive moments. If nothing else happened in 2025, we had these two moments. And one of them was Cena getting number 17, because I really thought at some point they would do it. I don't think you leave that on the table. WWE are always looking for drama. They're always looking for talking points. They're always looking for ways to, excite, engage. And so he's gonna surely win number 17. I would not be shocked if he gets close and fails and we go again. Because actually him winning 17 is a big deal. And so do you just do it first time of asking? Do you just have him win the first time he tries? Or do you milk it? Because if you milk it a little bit, kind of like with Cody trying at 39 and failing, you obviously get a little more drama out of it, right? So part of me thinks about like the fact that they look for talking points. This is a big one. Do you just pull the trigger first time? The other thing I think of as well is that it is a big moment. There's a lot of people that really wanted to see him achieve that this year. And what they've done is they've spent now about a month and a half really trying to get people to turn against John. Like right now, John is trying to get booed. He's not doing anything to try and get cheers. I mean, he's even blasting kids in the crowd and calling them out, saying that they're part of the toxic relationship as well. There was criticism for his first two promos following the turn, because those first two promos were not promos that were really talking about his relationship with The Rock, and they weren't really digging into why now. It was really just about, I've done it because I've had enough of you guys. And it was really him going off on the crowd. And he's done that because he wants boos. He wants everyone hating him. He does not want split reactions. If you are still on the let's go Cena side, that is not what Cena is looking for. Cena wants boos. And there's a good reason for it, because obviously him turning heel is a massive deal. So he wants that to work. And part of that working is if you're a heel getting heat. And he also wants Cody to be the babyface. And he wants Cody to get all the cheers. And he wants his friend to be, the big babyface hero that John was for nearly all of his career. I was going to say most of his career, but it was pretty much all his career. So, this is why he's trying to build up heat. So I just can't shake that thing of like, are we really going to pull the trigger now, first time, whilst he's a heel, whilst he's getting heat and being booed and we're getting FU Cena chants? Are we going to do that now? Because that seems like we're sort of throwing that moment away. It's a big moment still. It's history making. But there'll be a lot of people that will be disappointed by it happening now. And from a psychology point of view, I just sort of find that a little bit strange, really. I sort of look at the start of the year when it was a massive thing that everyone wanted. And now it's a massive thing that only, I couldn't even tell you, 20%, 30% of people want. I don't think it's 50-50. I think that there's more people that are against Cena than for Cena. But it is split. It is split. There are people, you will still hear, let's go Cena, Cena sucks. But, whenever Cody's talking or something like that, people tend to break out in FU Cena chants first. And then there's like a little let's go Cena that kind of follows through after. I personally never find those to be as loud. So I mean, like, WrestleMania is going to be very interesting to see how the crowd reacts, because that's going to be the biggest audience we will have had since the heel turn. So that'll be our best indicator as to how split the crowd are. But I sort of look at it and I'm like, wouldn't it be better if he was a face and we just did it and everyone was really pleased and it was like it was meant to be, or we thought it would be at the start of the year? So the reason I'm going into a bit of detail on that is because these are the reasons why I'm thinking, could WWE be thinking the same? Could it be a case that we kick the can a little further down the road? We go again later in the year. It gives us another shot at him getting 17. Only this time he is back to being a face and it's a feel-good moment. And honestly, if I was booking, I would be really tempted to put it all in his last match. I'd be really tempted to have him try and fail, and in his last match, everything on the line. It's now or never. This is the last match, and I'd be really tempted to put all the eggs in the basket and just go big for that last match. Now, obviously, people will book it different ways. Some people will say, no, do it as a heel. Doesn't matter if the moment doesn't hit the same. There's so many things we can do with a John Cena title run as a heel. Let's just do it. Like, imagine the summer of John. Like, and I hear that. I do understand that. But I just think, like, there's another thing as well, which is I feel that Cody's title run has been a bit underwhelming. And I think that a lot of people online would say the same. And actually, Triple H commented on it today. And there's a quote doing the rounds about how he doesn't listen to the internet because the internet says that Cody's face run has been a flop and how he's not been a good champion and all this. And he's like, Cody's selling out 10, 15,000 seater arenas. Like, business is booming. Yet if you look online, people are saying that it's not been great. But I think you still have to listen to those people, because those are the diehard fans that have found his title run to be underwhelming. Last year in particular, I think the Kevin stuff was pretty good. Kevin was easily the best stuff. But I mean, really, what did he do after winning the title? There's some matches against AJ, which are really good, but story-wise, there's not much there. I believe there's a title defense against Logan. Then we move into like a bit of a program where he's teaming with Roman. Then we've got Kevin towards the end of the year. And the Kevin stuff is good. That's where things start to get good. But to be honest, really, this is the big match. This is the best thing he's done since last year winning it. So this is the kind of match Cody needs to win to really, solidify him as being like, a top champ. So I sort of look at quite a few reasons why, I'm looking at Cody and I'm thinking it makes sense for Cody to win. But, if John Cena wins, there'll be no shock whatsoever. Cena goes in as the favorite. Cena is the favorite. And I would expect most are expecting him to win. But there's just enough reasons there for me to go, I would like it to be Cody. I think there's a chance that it's Cody. And that's why I thought it was worth presenting all of that in the video. So, big main event. I mean, it's actually good in the sense that I don't know quite which way it's going to go. If you look at the betting odds, it's like minus 200. It's really quite close. Sometimes in wrestling, you can have favorites that are like minus 2,000 favorite, like big favorites. This match is not that way. It's actually quite close, very close in regards to wrestling terms. So that says to me they've done a really good job of keeping people sort of guessing which way it's going to go. So we'll have to see. It's going to be, I'm going to use the word eventful. I think it's going to be an eventful main event. Cody's boring, said Nathan. Let's see what Nathan's saying. Let's dig into this comment. Nathan, shout out to you.
Nathan Truxell. Cody is boring. I miss Roman holding the title. People were so eager to not see Roman as champ because of his schedule and the interference. But how is Cody's booking everyone?
Yeah. I mean, you see that a lot online. You see a lot of people saying that they're not crazy about Cody's booking. But that's why, for me, if you're a champion, and actually this fits in quite nicely with Tiffany, if you're a champion, no one's really going to judge your title reign if you can beat the likes of Andrade, Shinsuke, people that appear on TV once in a while, people that we would probably associate with being mid-card. If you're Tiffany and you beat Michin, if you beat Zelina, that's not really going to do a great deal for your title reign. It'll just extend it a little bit, right? And that's it. I mean, it doesn't really make you a great champion. No one really looks at those kind of title defenses, and it doesn't really do much, right? but you need to beat big names. Now, you can say AJ Styles is a big name, and of course he is, but he is so cold. He's been nowhere near a world title for so long that actually he doesn't feel like he's in that conversation. You know, here we are once again, WrestleMania. Is he in that main event? Nope. He's fighting Logan Paul. So AJ Styles is someone that is a big name, but as of right now is coming off being in the OC. Well, coming off an injury for ages. Before that, a little bit of stuff with the OC that was flat. Before that, being in a tag team with Omos that was dull. And it's been a long time now since AJ Styles has kind of been around the top end of the card. So a win over AJ in 2024 is good, and the matches were banging. But I don't know how much it really boosts Cody's kind of record, you know? And then we have a look at, him being in like tag team matches. Wins over Kevin are really good, but, you know, it's been a while since Kevin's been a world champion. He's been around title matches, but he always loses. I mean, as soon as he went into a feud with Kevin, I don't think anyone was really expecting Kevin to win. So, you know, you kind of look at that and it's like, okay, that's good. Now here we are, though, with John Cena in John Cena's final WrestleMania match. John having turned heel, aligning with The Rock, being favorite. This, to me, is the kind of match Cody should win. This, to me, is the kind of match that does boost your championship reign. Because even though Cena is been losing and he's not in a good place, the amount of promotion and push and story that is attached to this is huge. I mean, The Rock is probably going to be in John Cena's corner, and that's going to be huge. Like, The Rock is probably going to try and interfere to help Cena get the job done. And, you know, this probably is not going to be a fair fight. And I think that this is the kind of thing that, you know, boosts Cody's championship reign. So, yeah, I think looking at the booking, it's a little bit unfair, but you got to be honest, haven't you? Sometimes things aren't fair. Like, it's unfair to say that wins over AJ are not that spectacular. It's unfair to say that wins over Kevin are not that spectacular. But that's because these are not people that have had championships. Like a clean win over Roman is a big deal. A clean win over any kind of recent champion, anyone that's been built up really well, these are big deals. No build for AJ. AJ just came back and got title matches. There was no build up for him. So I sort of look at it and I'm like, there's a lot of build here. And you know it's not going to be fair. And Cena's turned heel. It's got the attention of the world. Cena's going in as favorite. And we had a comment earlier, like, I'm surprised you didn't go with Cena. And I would imagine a lot of other people are going with Cena. So everything's pointing to Cena, isn't it? And so for me, this is the kind of win that really helps Cody's title run. But it doesn't mean it goes that way. I keep having to stress this because I don't want it to be the case that Cena wins and everyone's like, oh, you said it would be Cody. It's like, no, I was hoping it would be Cody. I could make arguments for it being Cody. But make no mistake about it, Cena is going in as the firm favourite. He is going in as the one that everyone's expecting. Hannah?
Yanad. Daze, this is it. This will be the Raw that will blow her panties away. Oh. As maybe this is where the road to Mania begins, lol. But imagine this show ends up being better than WM. What is your expectations?
Yeah, I don't have much in the way of expectations for tonight, and I know that might be a little bit disappointing, but to be honest with you, at this point, my attention, I'm sure your attention, I would imagine a lot of WWE's attention is on this weekend. So, you know, they're going to be doing rehearsals this week. They're thinking about their matches at the weekend. Like, yeah, of course, there's going to be talent that are going to be focused on this show. Everyone's going to be focused on this show at some point. But you can sort of understand imagine if you had a match at Mania You're probably backstage right now. Are you really talking about your segment on Raw, or are you talking about Mania? If you're wrestling, if you're Gunther and you're Jay, you know, you're going to go, okay, yeah, look, this is what we'll do tonight, blah, 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 blah. Let's talk about Mania, right? Because I had this thought the other day. I mean, really, we're at the point now where you're talking Mania. You're talking about, what are you wearing? What's your ring gear? Like, talking to Triple H about, is there any moves that you don't want us doing because they're going to feature later in the show? Like, that happens, where they actually say to wrestlers, I don't want you doing anything aerial because we've got, like, a match later that's going to have loads of that, and we want it to have more impact. So whatever you guys do, I need you to stay more grounded. I need you to be more mat-based. And maybe he says that to Jay, and, you know, you can do suicide dives, but, you know, don't give me missile drop kicks and stuff like that, because we've got Penta later who's going to be doing some crazy stuff, and we've got, like, some big plans for the 4-man match. So, you know, these types of conversations are going to be had, loads of little chats, big meetings, rehearsals later in the week, loads of stuff. People thinking about their gear, thinking about their entrances. So I'm sort of going into this show really with expectations of, I think it'll be fast-paced. I think we've got a lot of things we need to talk about. I think we've got a lot of stuff we need to get our teeth into. I think it's going to be entertaining in the sense of quick, fast-paced video packages. Here's the story for this match at Mania. Go to a promo, some nice little lines. Go to a match. Match won't be that long. Could be okay. If it's not, I don't think it'll be long enough for it to be a problem. And it'll just have a nice bounce. And kind of felt that it was that way on SmackDown. Kind of felt like SmackDown had a nice little pace to it. Like, nothing really outstayed its welcome. Even the Gauntlet match, I was quite surprised how short it was. Normally a Gauntlet match can, like, eat up 50 minutes, something like that. I think this was done in like half an hour or something. And we kind of was, you know, zipping through it. And yeah, I mean, there was quite a lot. There wasn't really anything monumental that happened on SmackDown. Just some moments, talking points. Didn't find myself being bored. Solid episodes. I expect the same, really. So yeah, go home. You know what it's like. If you've been watching wrestling for a while, you know what go homes are like. Go home shows are okay. You know, traditionally not very good, but I actually think this one will be okay. I think this will be okay. Bayley, Liv, who cares? They're having a tag match this weekend. Gunther, what's he going to say? I mean, he's said loads of stuff. He's brutalized Jimmy, but it'll be fine. It'll just bounce along. I think the Roman Punk Seth segment could be really good. Obviously, we could get some development there, and we need to find out about this favor to Seth, which I'm really not keen on, because that's not how favors work. Everyone said this. I've seen loads of people saying this. You can't go up to someone and threaten to mug them, then not mug them and go, you owe me a favor now. Because if I'm Heyman, I'm like, no, I never agreed to that, and I certainly do not owe you a favor. If I'm Heyman, I'm just absolutely dismissing that. I have no obligation whatsoever to repay you for not curb stomping me. So, you know, I struggle with that, and I don't know quite where that's going. So we'll have to see. Maybe it will make sense by the time we actually get to the segment. But if I'm Paul Heyman, if I'm putting myself in Heyman's shoes and someone's done that to me, I'm laughing at I don't know what you're on about. You ain't getting no favor out of me. You ain't getting no favor out of me. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that segment goes down. But, yeah, we could get something tasty out of that. Right, let's jump into the Super Chats. Crossface Central, shout out to you, my friends. Vic, Cena, Kidstan, gifting 5 Wrestling Daze memberships. Appreciate it, my friends. We're all still Cena Kidstans. That poor kids. I'm still not sold that was a plant. I'm still under the impression that was an actual kid. No word ever came out as to what they did for that kid. if they got him backstage or anything like that. So I have no idea what that kid got. Some people thinking that it was a plant, and maybe it was, but no word, absolutely no word on if it was, if it wasn't. If it wasn't, what did we do for him? Did we do anything? He seemed to take it really well, though. He seemed to take it really well. There was an interview with him, and he was like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe my hero was saying these things. I still love him, though. I know he's just playing a character. So he took it really, really well. So, yeah, I'm even more of a Cena kid stan now. Alexander said, Daze, folks, I think Cena's going to get it on the 20th of April. Alexander Fortney, shout out to you, my friends. Mackenzie said, I think Bianca is going to get pinned at Mania. She absolutely could. And maybe she snaps as a result. Some people thinking that she could get pushed really over the edge, you know, and thinking that she could end up turning heel. I think a lot of us thought she was going to. She seems to be struggling a little with the whole Naomi Jade situation. And actually, word on the street was this was going to be Bianca versus Jade. Don't know how much truth there was to that, but that was the rumor that had been doing the rounds, that we were going to be getting those two, and we haven't. Instead, we've got Jade Naomi, Bianca going after the title. But yeah, is it a case that Bianca gets pinned? Does Jade distract? Does this set up Jade Bianca for the summer? Do we build towards, like, you know, is Jade Bianca going to be sort of this year's CM Punk Drew? Is it going to be a feud that runs throughout the summer and has multiple matches, multiple moments, and really the summer of 2025 on the women's side is going to be Jade Bianca? Like last year, it was Liv Rhea, you know? There's a good chance. Really appreciate the support from Just Kidding, Not Really. Shout out to you, my friends. Really kind donation. It really is appreciated. But let's jump into this. Just Kidding, Not Really.
Just kidding, not really. Evening Daze. Hope you have prepared yourself for the longest week of the wrestling year. Much love, bro. P.S. The promo Roman put out today was
fire. Yeah, I agree. It's actually an unseen. It's got like this drone in the background, which I thought was very interesting because it wasn't just him on a running machine. It was actually, I think, sat in a locker room, and he was talking quite slow, quite reflective, and it was a very good promo. And it had this drone in the background, which kind of gave it a bit more of an atmosphere. And yeah, I agree. It was very impactful. And I don't know what it's hit. It's kind of hinting like he's just going to wreck everyone. It's kind of hinting like I don't care what people think of me. You know, my dad disagreed with me. He was like, why do you want people to acknowledge you? Why do you want people to see the work you do? Who cares? And he was like, lesson learned. And so, I don't know, it kind of hints at him going to a darker place again. But, I mean, he not long turned face. And, you know, he's got, like, all the support from the crowd with the OTC chants. There's people out there that are like, he didn't really turn face. It's just we think he turned face. If you actually look, like, has he given any words of encouragement to Jay? Jay's going after a world title. Jay was there for Roman. Has Roman been there for Jay? Was Roman there for Sammy? Has he done anything for Sammy? Like, if you could easily find ways of spinning it where Roman, has not really changed a great deal as a character. It's just that now he's being put in situations where he's getting the crowd support and he's not being as hostile to the crowd. He's still asking them to acknowledge him, but he's not like berating the crowd anymore. So, yeah, and interesting. His character is quite interesting. Some people saying he's not turned face, but he's certainly getting face reactions. And they're certainly booking him and using him in a face way. But, don't know, could it be that that darkness kind of means that he leans into that a little more? Does he turn on Paul? Perhaps he turns on Paul. Perhaps Paul doesn't betray Roman. Maybe Roman betrays Paul. Don't know. There's so many ways that like that match in particular can play out. That the Paul thing is really, again, most people I think are saying that Heyman's going to leave with Seth. I sort of feel like when it comes to the two main events, Cena winning, thanks probably to The Rock, maybe Travis Scott, maybe a third man getting involved, and Seth winning, Heyman leaving with Seth, those feel like where the IWC and where our community are in regards to what they expect to happen. Those two, Seth with Heyman leaving, with Seth, and Cena winning. So I would say that's where the majority probably are. But there's so many ways it can go. I just don't know that is the way that it goes. So, yeah, this is why I'm saying I actually think even though the card is maybe not the card we would choose, I do think they've done a good job of making us guess and double guess. And, you know, sometimes you can go into matches and be like, oh, well, I know how this is going to go, right? Because I know where they're going with this story. We know what's next, blah, 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 blah. I mean, like, Jade Naomi, I feel pretty good that Jade is going to get the win. They could go Naomi, but I don't know that they would want Jade losing in her, like, big singles WrestleMania match. So something like that you can have a bit of confidence about. But actually, with that Roman CM Punk step, you can kind of make an argument for any of those three winning. I do think it's good in that regard. So, just kidding. Not really. Shout out to you, my friend. I agree. The promo was fire today. In regards to being prepared, there's not much that I can be prepared about, really. I'm a little aware of my voice. My voice is kind of like, I think I've used and spoken so much. My voice has kind of got to the point now where it really needs like a good amount of time. It really needs like several days of just not doing anything. But I mean, that's just not possible. There were some lovely messages earlier. People like, look, if you need to not do Evolve, if you need to not do this, blah, 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 we would understand this week. But it's like, I don't think that will make much difference, to be honest with you. I think my voice to really recover, really actually get back to full strength, it probably needs an extended period of time. So we're going to just have to do the streams, do the best we can. I think it'll be fine. I'm going to work hard to make sure that it's fine. And yeah, I mean, really outside of that, there's not really much else to do. Set the streams up, make sure I'm here for them, and that's it, really. So yeah, I'm ready in that regard. But it is a lot to kind of juggle, actually, a lot to think about, because there's so many different start times. Hall of Fame starting like crazy o'clock. Like, so Slammies, there's still no time for the Slammies on Sunday. Trying to figure out the gap between Stand and Deliver and WrestleMania. So, I mean, I'm guessing we just end Stand and Deliver on Saturday and go straight into WrestleMania. That's what we normally do. So, you know, there's little things like that. And keeping an eye out for any WWE World content. Keeping an eye out for Mattel figure reveals. So, I mean, there's loads of, like, keeping an eye out for different things. Obviously, the stage reveal as well is always a big one. So, kind of keeping an eye out for that as well. So, it's just one of those. I mean, there's just so much going on. It's kind of like, well, just got to do the best you can, really. Ollie, let's go over to Ollie's comments.
Ollie. Karrion versus Seth versus Roman, who's winning at Manu?
Yeah, I think most people would go Seth, to be honest, Ollie. I think that most people would go that way. I think that the way that they've kind of built the friendship with Punk and the way that they've built the relationship with Roman really leaves Seth as the odd man out. And we know that Heyman hates Seth. And I think people are like, the big swerve would be that he goes in that direction. So it does make sense. It's not, I can sort of see why people are saying that. Like, it makes sense in that regard. I personally just don't love those two together. I sort of feel like Seth would have to change. You know, Seth coming out with his wacky clothes. I just can't. I struggle to see Heyman with that version of Seth. So we would have to evolve the Seth character. I mean, I feel like the Seth character irritates Heyman. So all of a sudden now they're going to start working together. You can do it, but you're going to have to change Seth. But I think he needs to change anyway. I think his character needs to evolve. We've been doing that for too long now. The visionary stuff. Let's move on. And he's always been quite good at reinventing himself, you know. He went from being in the Shield to being the Architect to like Monday Night Rollins to the Monday Night Messiah to the Visionary. So, I mean, he's constantly like evolved and reinvented. It feels like now is definitely the time for another reinvention. Ollie also said, is Gunther losing at Mania? Yeah, I would imagine so. I will be shocked to my core if he doesn't. I think the way that they've built this kind of makes it feel like he's losing. Jay has lost to Gunther. I think, is it 2 times, 3 times? He's never beaten him. He's got self-doubt. I think the best way to look at the Jay story is to think to yourself that this is a story for kids, right? And again, I know I say that a few times, and I really don't mean it as disrespect, because I know there's people that really like Jay that are not kids. But I think that the Jay character really resonates with kids. Think about Hulkamania, right? Like Hulkamania, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, like, you know, be a good person. All the little Hulkamaniacs out there. You know, Hogan used to talk that way about his fans. But, I mean, there was plenty of adults that were Hulkamaniacs. There was plenty of adults that bought into the Hulk Hogan thing. And I sort of feel like Jay is similar. Same with the Warrior. You know, he had his Warriors. And, you know, loads of kids used to wear the face paint and dress up as the Warrior. But you had plenty of adults that loved the Ultimate Warrior at that time as well. So whenever I say that, I don't mean disrespect. But in regards to Jay, I think there is a lot of kids in his fan base that love doing the yeet, wearing the glasses, you know, doing the hand gesture, the catchphrase. And so I look at it and I'm like, well, this is their guy. This is their guy. This is the kids' guy. This is who the little boys are like looking up to. They're looking up to Roman. Some might be looking up to Cody, definitely. But I think Jay is right there. I think Jay is right there as well. I think that he really does kind of speak to them. And so I think that whole, you know, I don't think I can do it, self-doubt, overcoming that. Your brother being beaten up and you're going to have to stand up for him. Like, they're quite simple themes. They're quite simple stories. But you can sort of see how they would resonate with a kid. And so I look at that and I'm like, are we really going to go to WrestleMania and have Jay lose? Like, with all the self-doubt that he's got. All the, like, you know, Jimmy trying to show him, look, there's nothing to be scared of. And then Jimmy getting destroyed, bleeding and everything. And Jay was zip-tied to the ropes and he couldn't do anything about it. Actually, I mean, that's going to look great in the video package, isn't it? That segment. That was one of the best segments that we had on the road to WrestleMania. So, yeah, I really think Jay gets it done. I'll be very, very surprised if they continue with Gunther. I mean, I don't know where Gunther goes from there. I mean, hopefully he finds his way back to the title relatively soon, because you can certainly move him into a feud with someone. That's absolutely fine. But I feel like Gunther with the title just makes a lot of sense in my mind. I really like Gunther as champion, and Babyface is trying to get it off him. There is a bit of an insider kind of secret, which is no, like, Babyfaces are better when they're chasing. I think you see that with Cody. He was a bit more compelling when he was trying to finish the story rather than when the story was finished. And some people even made the argument that we shouldn't have put the belt on him last year. And really, he should continue to chase that belt for his whole career and get it right at the end. because the money is in the chase. So, I mean, you could make the argument that the money is in the chase for Jay, but there does have to come a point where you actually do pull the trigger. And I sort of feel like with Gunther as champion, that means a lot of baby faces can chase the title. So I would put the belt on Jay. I would probably have it off him at SummerSlam. I don't know that I'd be giving him like a crazy long reign, because I think once you've got the belts, it's really hard to kind of keep it and keep that momentum. Look at the Ultimate Warrior. Everyone loved the Warrior, but as soon as he got the belt, didn't quite feel the same. You know, the shows weren't really drawing as well. As a champion, it didn't really work very well, which is kind of hard to understand, really, because you'd think if you love someone, you're going to continue loving them when they're champion. But there is this sort of release, like, you know, you're so desperate for them to achieve their goals that when someone does achieve their goals, it really does sort of take something away. It's kind of hard to put into words. Then you have to really, you know, start to get very creative with stories, and Cody's a great example, finishing the story as soon as he did. All you're seeing now is people criticizing his title run after, but I still think that it was right to put the belt on him at 40. I have no doubt with that. I knew in advance that it would go this way. Lots of people did. There was lots of videos. I saw one in particular where there was a woman in a car, and she was like, mark my words, when Cody wins that title, you are all going to turn around and say it was a big mistake, because as soon as he wins that title, his title run is going to be mid. And yeah, I mean, we sort of knew that. Like, it was no great shock, really. It was no great surprise. But for me, that's not a reason to not have pulled the trigger at 40. So, yeah, in regards to Jay, I think you do have to pull the trigger. I wouldn't keep kicking that can down the road. But exactly the same thing. I think his title reign runs the risk of being a bit mid unless you do something really creative. Like, I don't know, like, you know, I mean, the good thing he's got is family. There's a lot of family. So, I mean, you could have Jacob going after him. You could have Solo going after him. You could have Roman going after him. You could have Jimmy going after him. Like, what I will say about Jay is there are some options that Cody did not have. Cody does not have family in the business. Jay does. And with family, that gives you extra levels of emotion and storytelling ability. So Jay, if the creative is right, might actually have a really interesting summer. But equally, if he's just going to defend against like mid-card heels, it could also be a really mid-title run. Add in the fact people are underwhelmed by his in-ring abilities as a single star. And, don't know, I'm not sure that I'd be keeping it on him long, but who knows? It could click, it could work, it could be amazing, and you might reassess. But I definitely think he gets it.
Uncle Revel. I wonder if T. Scott will perform for Cena's intro.
Oh, yeah, he will be there, apparently. So, yeah, I mean, he absolutely could. T. Scott could get his, be part of the Cena entrance. Yes, it's a good shout, that. Reese
Brown. Hi, Daze. Do you think The Rock will be in John Cena's corner, then Stone Cold comes out to help Cody retain, that pop will be huge and John Cena turns on The Rock?
I wouldn't have Cena turn on The Rock. I think it'd be a bit soon, because I think the heel turn should be allowed to kind of play out. I actually would do Randy Cena with Randy the face, Cena the heel. I would do Punk Cena with Punk the face, Cena the heel. So I actually wouldn't turn Cena at WrestleMania. But I do like the idea that it's looking like Cody's cooked. I do like the idea that it's looking like Cody it's done. Forget about it. Rock's out there. And I mean, like, Rock, there's no word yet on if he's going to be at Mania. I'll be shocked if he's not. So I expect him to be there. But yeah, I kind of feel like Cody being like down and the situation being bad, I honestly think at that point you could bring Randy out, because we know that Backlash is at St. Louis. So you could absolutely have Randy cost Cena the title, which then sets up their match for Backlash. Or it could be that Cena wins, starts beating up Cody after, Randy comes down, and again, that's how you set up Cena-Randy for the title in St. Louis. So you could absolutely go down those roads. I mean, like, there's just roads you can go down. I mean, it's just which ones you want to go down. What story do you want to tell? I mean, yes, you can have Stone Cold coming out. He's going to be there. I believe he's at WWE World. He's already said if Cody needs him, he'll help him. He'll be a part of it. It wasn't a part of it last year, which makes this even better, because if he'd have helped last year, it might be a bit overkill to use him again, but he was not one of the people that got involved when Cody finished his story. So that means that he's kind of free to use this year. So I think there is a good chance that Stone Cold gets involved. I think there is a chance that Cody retains. But there is also a really good chance that Cody has lost the title by the time Stone Cold gets involved. Or there's also a really good chance that Randy gets involved after Cody has lost the title. Like, I just can't sit here and tell you which way they're going to go. All I see are loads of roads, loads of options, loads of different directions you can take this. I know which direction I would go, and that is I would personally keep the belt on Cody after having loads of madness. I would give you Stone Cold. I would give you Randy. I would give you The Rock. I would give you a third person in that group. I would give you Chaos. But at the end of it, I would have Cody coming out with that title, and I would set up Cena Randy for Backlash. It would be a non-title match, but I would set that up. And maybe I would have Cody defending against whoever this third man is in the Rock group. So let's say it's Drew. I would set up Cody versus Drew for Backlash, for the title. And I would set up Randy versus Cena, non-title, with Cena being the heel. And I would try and set those two matches up using the main event of WrestleMania. And that way I've also, not only have I set up some good matches, I think, for a Backlash, but I've also kicked the can down the road of Cena winning 17, hopefully doing it more as a face. I know not everyone agrees on that. It's fine. It's fine. Like, if you disagree, it's absolutely fine. If you disagree on anything I say, it's absolutely fine. I can only share my honest opinions, just like how everyone shares their honest opinions. But, yeah, I saw it's options in it. Just pick which one you want, really. I just can't tell you which one they're going to choose. So, Reese, shout out to you. Nico
Argendi. Hey, Daze, major respect for all your streaming with the UFC and stuff in this busy week. What do you think will be match of the night at Mania?
I think the general consensus is that actually the main event, Cody Cena, because of how stacked it's going to be. Historically, the main events are normally the ones that get the headlines. They normally carry the most drama. And as a result, that massively helps with the star rating, right? So I think that's the one most are looking at. But there's definitely people that are looking at Damian and Drew actually as being a low-key banger. Like, I don't think you lot appreciate how good this is going to be. Like, Drew delivers in ring. He's very good in ring. He's had some great matches. And Damian can carry his end of the bargain. That's not the one I think, though, to be honest. I've had quite a few people saying that one. I think I would probably go with the Cody Cena one because of the drama. I do think that Punk, Seth, Roman is going to have a lot of garnish. The Heyman's going to play a monster part in that match. So you're going to have dramatic moments in that match where I think Seth's going to ask Heyman to pass him a chair. I think Punk might do the same. Roman might do the same. Heyman is going to be very, very involved. He's going to be very, very torn. It's going to be very dramatic. And it's going to have big, repercussions. That match really benefits from that. Because if you think about, like, Jade, Naomi, they're just going to go out there and have a match. And it's hard to see kind of where the drama's going to come from unless there's going to be outside interference. It's just going to be the usual 2 count, close pinfall stuff, you know? Nearly gets counted out, getting put through a commentary table. I don't know, that kind of stuff, the standard stuff. But you can sort of look at the 2 main events and you can see other elements that are going to provide drama, talking points, emotion. And so it's hard to kind of look past those. I have had other people saying AJ versus Logan. I actually low-key think Ray against El Grande stands a good chance of being a banger. I'm not going to say it's going to be the best match on WrestleMania, but I think it stands a good chance because every time Chad Gable gets in the ring, the crowd tend to respond with "This is awesome" at some point. He's very, very good at getting that chant out of the crowd because he is very, very good when it comes to in-ring. And you're putting him in there with a legend. Tommy Toy Travels, during the Wrestling Escape Pod, he actually made a good point. He said, this isn't the Ray of old, though. This isn't the Ray that we all remember. This is an older Ray. Like, can you remember the last time Rey Mysterio had an absolute banger? And it's like, that is a good shout, actually. I do remember him having some fantastic matches with Andrade back in, I think, 2019. But really, he's been in the LWO doing a lot of tag matches. He's been with Dominic. His match with Dominic a few years ago was actually really, really good. That was actually really good. Could you say that was a banger? I thought it was really enjoyable. So I suppose the point is him being in there with Chad, who's very good at getting "This is awesome" chants. I think that stands a really good chance. Obviously, the emotion of Jay trying to win, but to be honest with you, I really expect Jay to win. So I don't know how much emotion it's going to carry, really, for me. It'll be one of those where we're really invested. And, you know, I suppose I'll be rooting for Jay. I really like Gunther, but I suppose the way that I look at it for Jay is maybe a bit different to others. A lot of people online are like, oh, I don't want Jay. He shouldn't have won the Rumble. And I hear that, but I look at Jay as being there for the kids. I think about me when I was watching WrestleMania 9. I feel like me when I was watching the British Bulldog, desperate for him to do it for Britain. Or like when I'm watching The Undertaker and I just loved his character. And I just always wanted Undertaker to win. And, you know, I kind of look at it and I'm like, I get it. I just get it. I just get the kids that so desperately want Jay to become world champion. That, like, for me, it's for them, really. So I'll be rooting for Jay. I'll be rooting for Jay. I hope Jay gets it done for his fans. So I don't know if I really answered your question there. What I'm going to say is I think there's lots of potential for lots of actually really great matches. The card is not the card I would choose, but it doesn't mean that WrestleMania is going to be rubbish or flat or underwhelming. It may not reach the heights of last year. Last year I thought was excellent, but we might not get to that level. But is this going to be better than 36? Yes. Is it going to be better than 37? Yes. Is it going to be up there with 38, 39? Yeah, it could be. 38 was good, but I don't think it was 40 levels. 39 and 40 are actually probably quite close. 39 was actually really good as well. So the thing is, we've just done really well recently. If we were coming off some really flat manias, some manias like, say, last year was 36, I think you'd be looking at this year a lot different. If last year was 37, I think you'd be looking at this year a lot different. But because we're coming off 38, 39, 40, which is a brilliant run, about as good a run as we've ever seen in WrestleMania history, really, for having 3 really good WrestleManias in a row, it probably means that this year we're looking at it and being a bit like, we're spoiled.
Aaron Hanrahan. The thing is, HHH says we listen to the STY movement, but then say social media isn't real. I'm not saying that X is a good place, but I would take all feedback, like this channel, for example.
Yeah. Aaron, shout out to you. I think the truth is, that he's a human and he gets frustrated. I think that's the truth. I think that if social media said he was doing a great job, we love you, he would be like, social media is brilliant. Social media is so good. But because he looks on there and it's people going, the build hasn't been very good. It's people going, this WrestleMania doesn't feel as big as previous Manias. People going, Cody's title run has not been a success. Cody's bombing as a babyface. He needs to turn heel. People going, I wouldn't have done a triple threat match for Roman, CM Punk, Seth. Like, I would imagine that he's probably looking at it going, I just can't please these people. Like, if I go this way, I have people complaining. If I go that way, I've got people complaining. If that person wins, people are upset. If that person wins, people are upset. Like, I just can't win. And I could actually understand that. Again, trying to put myself in his shoes of booking, any one of us that was booking would get backlash. Because, you know, if you have Jay win, you're going to have a load of people upset that Jay's won. If you have Gunther win, you're going to have all of Jay's fans upset that Jay's lost. Like, what's the point in building Jay up just to have him lose at WrestleMania? But then equally, there's been loads of people complaining about Jay winning the Rumble. So, you know, whichever way that match goes, there's going to be people online complaining about it. Some of those people might only just have Twitter and they don't really do much more than that. Some people might be TikTokers, Instagrammers, YouTubers, podcasters that have a microphone that can share their, you know, frustrations. And so if I'm Triple H, like, I'm seeing that kind of noise, and it is noise because it is, you know, a lot of opinion, varied opinion. And so, you know, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm like, well, I'm not going to spend long worrying about that, to be honest. What I'm going to look at is I'm going to look at merch sales. I'm going to look at overall merch sales because that's a number we don't talk about. But they will know each month how much they make from merch. So let's say in October they make 2 million. In November they make 2 million. December they make 2 million. And then come January they make 3 million. Imagine going online and seeing people complaining when you know that you've just made an extra million in merch sales. And, you know, let's say you do 1.5 million views on Raw, and then you get to January and that's gone to 2 million. And you look online and people are complaining. You can sort of understand where he's coming from, really, where it's like, that's a lot of opinion and that's a lot of noise. But the metrics that I'm looking at are all really strong and actually are increasing and improving, and we're doing all these big deals. And I mean, you could make the argument, though, that those complaints might not have hit the numbers yet. Those complaints are the early warning signs that, you know, you've got some trouble coming down the road. So I completely agree. He would be a fool to not keep his ear to what's being said. But equally, I can understand where he's coming from by saying, I'm not going to worry about it too much because that's a metric, just like I've got lots of metrics. I think if the IWC was able to get their voice united, which is very hard for the IWC to do, it's very hard for us to all agree. I mean, I've said a lot of stuff that I already know that, I don't know, 50% whatever disagree with, and that's absolutely fine, right? The only thing I can do is offer an opinion and try and back it up with my reasonings. But there will be people that even after that will disagree with it, of course, right? So it's very hard for us to all get on the same page and get behind something. Even with the whole We Want Cody movement, there was a counter We Want Rock movement. And you might remember that at times the We Want Rock movement actually started to rise. If you was around last year watching wrestling, there was this loud We Want Cody movement that made a big noise, which then kind of found it a little hard to maintain after like a few days. Started to kind of decrease a little bit, and there was a We Want Rock movement that was starting to come up. Had that campaign have kept going, it would have been very interesting to have seen kind of where those lines would have crossed. But the We Want Cody movement was big, loud, won a weekend, that key weekend. before everyone went back to school and work and the whole thing died down, the We Want Cody movement won and a message was sent. And I think if there's a message that's like that loud, I think it'll get heard. But I think there's a lot of stuff which probably just gets classified as being noise, you know? So I do sort of get where he's coming from, but I don't know that it's great to show your frustrations in that way. I think he was like, didn't he say something like, it doesn't effing matter what social, like the F bomb was dropped. I think I might even have it in a folder for later. I might have the exact words in. I don't know if I did get round to actually saving it, but I don't think I did get it in the folder yet. I'm still working through my notifications, and yeah, there was... I don't know that I'll be able to go through and find it very quickly, but... Oh, here, is this it? Triple H was asked about... Oh, no, his priority in creative. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to get my hand on it, unfortunately, that quickly. But there was an F-bomb in there. He was... Oh, here, found it. Mitchell. I'm going to put it in unseen because it wasn't in the folder, so I'm going to put it in now. Boom. Let's go over to it. So here, Triple H says the internet and complaining on there is not real life. The internet is not real life, and the B and the effing complaining that is on there is not real life. You could read the internet and it'll sound like this thing is dead. I'll use Cody as an example. Cody's already jumped the shark. He's dead as a baby face. Cody goes, really? I don't know. I'm in an arena with 10, 15,000 people every night going ape shiz for me. I'm selling the most merch. But sure, whatever you want to say on the internet, that's the golden rule. It's just the opinion of a few people. So you can sort of read between the lines there and really sense some frustration. Really sense like that he's read some stuff that's actually wound him up. Read some stuff that's really got to him. Because honestly, if it hadn't, the reaction to that would be, oh, I don't worry so much about the internet. I do keep an eye on it, but and it's great to see people sharing their opinions. But yeah, I use that as like a metric with other metrics. Like I feel like his reaction would be a lot calmer if he wasn't rattled by it. But actually, some of the language that's kind of in here suggests that not only is he aware of it, but it very much frustrates him. And yeah, so it was a very interesting comment. I agree. Edward
Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Days you say lose and go again for Cena, a bit like Cody did to finish the story forgetting. This is Cena's third or second time going for 17. So no put the belt on him. At Mania, it's the right way to go. But X.
Edward, shout out to you. I mean, I'm not forgetting that fact, but I am treating this heel turn as being the reset that it is. So for me, the story, really forget anything that's happened before January, because Cena just comes in, has a match, and then goes away again. And I don't think on those occasions he ever came in as the favourite. I think we always knew that he was going away again after. So really, Cena was a big name to kind of appear on a show, to sell tickets, and we knew he was going away again. Like, he never was going into those... Like, when he faced Roman at SummerSlam, he wasn't going in as favourite. We wasn't expecting him to win the title. So those kind of moments, I don't really count, to be honest with you. And certainly after this heel turn, this has been the reset. This is him now as a heel. And this is really the final year. So it's kind of now or never. So him as a heel trying to win number 17, this is going to be his first time trying as a heel to get the belt. And as I said, this is going to be him arguably as the first time going in as the favourite of getting the belt. And so for me, I would kick that can down the road. I think that there's lots you can do this year, but I still stand by the fact that this year there's two big moments for Cena. Two real big moments that will kind of define his legacy. Will he get 17 and his final match? Doing a rematch with Randy will be great, But I don't know that that is going to define his legacy. Doing a rematch with CM Punk will be great, but I don't know that that's going to add to his legacy. It'll be a fun little, they faced again in the final year, and it was a really good match, you know? But I don't know that they'll do anything that will be as dramatic or as legacy-defining as Money in the Bank, you know? When they faced and CM Punk jumped in the crowd. So for me, I look at like the potential matches that he's got this year, and yeah, they're going to be great. Yeah, they're going to be talking points. Yeah, they're going to be dramatic. But I don't know that they're going to reach the levels that we saw from his career. You can sort of cherry pick out of his career some real key moments, legacy-defining moments. And so for me, I look at that and I'm like, well, I think there's two things this year that I could take to the bank as being legacy-defining. One is going to be that last match, because, you know, people can name people's last matches. You know, that one Ric Flair at WrestleMania 24. I know it wasn't his last match, but it was meant to be. And, you know, I'm sorry, I love you. I mean, it's one of the greatest moments in WrestleMania history. So I sort of look at it, I'm like, that last match is going to be huge. And him getting 17 and breaking the record, having more world titles than anyone else, it's going to be huge. So why do we need to do it at WrestleMania? Why do we need to do it like at the first time of Asking with him being a heel? The first time of him going in as being the guy that's favourite to do it? But why do we want to do it with him as a heel when he can be a face? And, you know, you can have more positive response. If he does it as a heel, you're going to see people complaining and being down on it because, well, he's not the guy we're rooting for, really. That is not true of everyone. I'm guessing that's the case for Edward as well. Edward, you know, is a Cena fan, ride or die. I appreciate that. So I appreciate I'm speaking to a Cena fan that wants nothing but success for Cena. I understand. But from a booking point of view, from a creative point of view, that would be my counterpoint. My counterpoint would be, there's two big moments here. Why don't I kick the can down the road a little bit so that, say, SummerSlam is bigger? It's a little bit like cashing in, yeah? Do you want to cash in as soon as you've got the briefcase, or do you want to tease it a bit? And with Money in the Bank, you tend to tease it a bit, don't you? I always find the cash-ins on the shows are a bit disappointing, because that's it then. You don't have any cash-ins like teases throughout the rest of the year. And I kind of feel the same with this. Are you going to cash in at WrestleMania straight away, first time after him being turned heel? Or are you going to kick it down the road and actually, you know, tease it a little bit, play around with it a little bit? Two schools of thought. Edward would cash it in. I would kick it down the road. Edward's... Let's get Edward's follow-up point, and then we'll jump into Elizabeth. See what Elizabeth's saying.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Member. Daze, I'm not going to cap here. I love everything you're saying. I get where you're coming from. But I know I'm biased when it comes to Cena, but not this week I won't, because I adore Cody and John both all time. Fair.
Okay. Yep. No, I get your point. I'm quite comfortable with people having different opinions. And that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think what's great about our community is that we know that it's not coming from a place of like, you're an idiot, you're wrong, you don't know what you know, like what you get on X. In our community, we don't have that. And but on X, obviously, you encounter that, unfortunately, where people are trying to flex and show that they know loads about wrestling and that they need to be listened to and all of that. And it's like, yeah, I think it's different here. I'd like to think it's different here, where you can share opinions and we can do it in a respectful manner, you know? So, yeah, no, I get where you're coming from, but you would pull that trigger. I get it. Elizabeth
McCunky. It's strange that 6 weeks ago, Rhodes said that he mics to join Hollywood like The Rock and John Cena. Do you think that he is dropping hints of being involved with The Rock?
I don't know, because honestly, it might just be an honest answer, mightn't it? He could just be really honest about, actually, I really fancy going into films. I would say that if he had brought it up out of nowhere, then maybe. But if he's done a sit-down interview and someone's asked him the question, and then he's given that as the answer, I sort of feel like, well, that kind of makes sense, really. You know, if you're going to ask him the question, would you be interested in going into Hollywood? He's going to give you the honest answer. And the honest answer might be, yeah, I do quite fancy it, actually. I've seen what Cena's done, I've seen what The Rock's done, and I really respect it. So I don't know. I personally wouldn't read much into that. I also think as well, from a storyline point of view, if he was going to join, then why turn them down at Elimination Chamber? Why have Cena attacking him? I mean, maybe he joins a bit further down the road. Perhaps what we saw was him saying, no, I'm not going to join you. And then he maybe loses the belt at WrestleMania, realizes he should have joined, and then ends up joining them. Like, that's another road that you could absolutely go down. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I see it as like a tease or a little clue of something that's coming. I think that probably is just more him being honest of, he did what was that? The really big show? No, was it that? There was some talent show that he did, wasn't there? And he did Rhodes on top as well. So he has shown like an interest, a willingness to go into TV and TV shows and talent shows and all that kind of stuff. So, I could actually believe that is something he would be interested in doing at some point.
Nick the Train Guy. Daze, I think that Typhoon and Knobs from the Nasty Boys are going to come down and help Cody. I am looking forward to seeing John Cena's face shoved under Knobs' armpit.
Well, that would be quite the moment. You might have a few... I don't know what their reaction would be. When it comes to legends like that we just don't see very often, you're really relying on people having done a bit of that work themselves, having gone back and watched all the old shows. And, I mean, as a kid, it's really hard, actually, because, when I got into wrestling in the early 90s, and I've said this before, it was not that difficult to kind of catch up. Because the very first kind of big show that WWE do is WrestleMania, right? Now, they'd done a few before then, like Showdown at Shea Stadium. But those were, just one-off things that can't even find the footage of. I've still never seen those shows in their entirety. I've seen clips, I've seen bits, but I've never seen a whole Showdown at Shea show, right? And I believe they did 3. I think there was 2 in the 70s, 1 in 1980, big cards. And, really outside of that, there wasn't really any kind of like big stadium shows that WWE were doing. Then you have things like the Brawl to End It All, which is MTV, the War to Settle the Score, which I think was also MTV. And then we get to 85 and we get to WrestleMania. And this is why WrestleMania is like so historically important. And not the first, I know that Nick will know this about Starrcade actually beginning before. I think first Starrcade was like 83. So WrestleMania was not the first to kind of put on that big pay-per-view type show, closed circuit. Starrcade actually predates it. But WrestleMania, still, from a scale of production and everything, is still absolutely revolutionary and groundbreaking. And obviously still going to this day. So, like, for me, I sort of look at... when I started in the early 90s, and I sort of feel like there weren't loads of shows I needed to catch up on. I needed to catch up on really from WrestleMania 1, 85, through to about 92. I had to catch up on about 7 years. But you have to remember that back then, there was only 4 shows a year. Not even that. I mean, that first WrestleMania, I think there's that and maybe the Wrestling Challenge or the big event. I think maybe Wrestling Challenge was 85, big event maybe 86. But there was no Survivor Series at that point, or Rumble at that point, or SummerSlam at that point. They would come a little later. So there wasn't loads that I needed to catch up. Now, could you imagine being a kid getting into it now? You got to watch 40 WrestleManias. You got to watch, I don't even know how many SummerSlams. I think the first one was at 87, 88. You got to watch all of those. You got to go back to 89 Royal Rumble. and then all the in your houses, all the flipping backlashes and, you know, Judgment Days and, you know, all these shows, King and Queen of the Ring, all the Saudi shows. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, like, now, how possible would it be to actually go back and get all that? I suppose what they've got now, though, is they've got access to YouTube, and they've got a lot of those kind of compilation videos of people going, here's 10 minutes of everything you need to know on Doink. Here's 10 minutes, and here's a review of SummerSlam, 92. Here's what so perhaps, like, people can get up to speed that way more so than actually going back and watching the full shows. It's a lot to catch up on, isn't it? It really is a lot to catch up on. So, yeah, when it comes to legends like that we don't see on a regular basis, honestly don't know what the reaction would be like. Don't know kind of how people would react if Typhoon came down or Nasty Boys came down. I mean, obviously, I know you're joking, but it just does kind of open it out to some of those legends. I mean, flipping Natural Disaster didn't even get a video package for the Hall of Fame. Even WWE is not educating its audience. Never understood that. Never understood why you don't take a little moment sponsored. Here's Domino's classic moment of the week. Why don't you show every week a great moment from your library on Raw and SmackDown, and just go back to like a great moment? And you know what? Mix in some moments that are lost classics. Mix in some moments that are not WrestleMania, Andre Hogan or whatever. Mix in some moments that are really fun, that, you know, low-key were great moments, but maybe some people have forgotten or never seen. They were hidden on a Raw, hidden away on an old SmackDown, hidden away on an old primetime wrestling or something. The Domino's moment of the week. I don't know why they don't do it. Educate the audience, show them some stuff. Don't know. Perhaps time is of the essence, and they just don't feel like they've got enough of it.
Anna W. Daze. Top 5 people to generate the most amount of nuclear heat in the wrestling world. 5. Dirty Dominic Mysterio. 4. Logan Paul. 3. Hulk Hogan. 2. Muhammad Hassan. 1. Wrestling Daze lol. Keep up the work.
Yes. Yes. That is undeniably correct.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do you think these are 7 good signings for Ramiro, Stephanie Baker, Mariah May, Fraxium, Soraya, Jeff Cobb, Becky Lynch? Do you agree on any of those 7 signing days?
I agree with... I don't know about Soraya. I don't know. I was really underwhelmed with her AEW run. And I think bring her back home, but, like... I like her as NXT GM. I like her as NXT GM. I'd make her NXT GM. I think we can find something else for Ava to do. I think to have Ava in a GM role at this age, I think there's other things we could have her doing. I think The Rock would probably want her doing other things as well. So, yeah, I would have Ava doing some other stuff, maybe being a manager. I don't know where she is with her in-ring. I don't know if she's just given up on that, but... Paige as a NXT GM, I'm really down for. Mariah May, I would take in a heartbeat. Stephanie, yeah, I mean, she's already in. She'll find a way there. Jeff Cobb, I might be tempted to put him in NXT first. I really don't like people going straight to the main roster. I like to sort of get them in, work on their presentation, build the excitement. I kind of find that that's quite a big moment when people come up from NXT. Like, you know, think about Raw after WrestleMania. One of the things we love are returns, but we love NXT call-ups. And for me, like, if you put people straight on the main roster like we've done with Rey Fenix and Penta, I sort of feel like, well, you're kind of taking that away, really, that call-up moment, you know? Even if they're only in NXT for, like, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. It doesn't have to be 2 years. But, like, just have them in there for a bit, do some stuff with them, get some people used to seeing them. I think having them in NXT and then getting people to, in their mind, create dream matches is quite powerful, actually. ideally people are like, oh man, when Stephanie comes up, imagine her against Bayley, imagine her against Tiffany, imagine her against like Charlotte, imagine her against Becky, imagine Stephanie against Rhea. Like, there will be people that are having those kinds of conversations that are getting excited about, oh, imagine when she's on the main roster, we can do this, we can do that. And I think there is some real value there in people doing that and then calling her up and, oh my God, it's happening kind of a thing. Whereas you kind of skip all of that if you just put them straight on the main roster. So yeah, Jeff Cobb, I think I'd be tempted to have him as a wrecking ball down in NXT. Really, and it'll help boost the ratings for NXT as well. Because, Jeff Cobb's someone that's been on AEW, someone that's been in New Japan. He's got his supporters. He is a very good wrestler. Keep him down there a little bit, build him up, bring him up. I don't even know if we really need him at the moment because, we've got Jacob and we'll have Big Bronson Reed coming back and he's kind of that ilk, really. I would say he's very Big Bronson Reed. Maybe not quite as big, but, he's imposing, he's a powerhouse. He is that sort of Jacob Bronson Reed type. Good talent, though. But yeah, I don't know that I'd be looking at Raw. Becky, yeah, she'll come back, won't she? Fraxium, yeah, brilliant tag team. Yeah, there's nothing there that really stands out as being like, oh no, I definitely wouldn't do that. But if I was to just cherry pick and go, I'd probably say Paige, Jeff Cobb, put in NXT first. Outside of that, the others look fine. Yeah. Triple A.
I am the biggest Cena fan in the world. I like Cody. Since I'm going to see WM Night 2, I just want to see Cena win, and PPL are seeing Cena heel for the first time, so a lot of PPL want him to win.
Hang on. That didn't make any sense. Not your fault. It's because of the way it read it. I'm the biggest Cena fan in the world. I like Cody. Since I'm going to Night 2, I want to see Cena win. That makes sense. People seeing Cena heel for the first time, people want him to win, says Triple A. Yeah, he's got his supporters. I don't disagree with you. He's got his supporters. He's going in as favourite. There are people that are, let's go Cena still. And, yeah, he absolutely could. There's a lot of people thinking that he will get the job done. NetForce.
NetForce Technologies, LLC. Wrestling Daze. Who do you think they could have or bring in for Cena's last match?
Yeah, Cena's last match is really interesting, isn't it? Again, which road do you want to go down? For me, I'm interested in kicking that 17 can down the road. And I'm really interested in Cena turning back face and standing up for himself and going into that final match with the crowd fully behind him. And I sort of feel like I really would be tempted to have 17 still on the line at that point. I would be really tempted to lean into the time is now kind of thing. And it's like, it has to be now because can he do it? Final match. I think it really puts over how hard it is as well to get 17. The fact that Cena, he got all the way down to his final match. He does it, but it went all the way to his last match. He tried in that final year to get it, and he really fought hard for it, but he finally gets it in that last match. And I think you could really create something really special with that. But either way, that final match is going to be special. So if you was to do that of him winning the title in his final match, it's going to have to be against a top name that's the champion. So it's going to have to be against a Gunther, or it's going to have to be against, I don't know, some heel that's got the title, right? I tell you what you could do. If you have got that third person in the group, let's say that it's Drew, then you could actually get it so that Drew has got the belt and Cena goes after Drew in that last match. So it's Cena, the second person in Rock's group, taking on the third person in Rock's group for the world title. Cena can obviously be face at that point, having turned on the group, or the group has turned on him, perhaps because Cena's just not been getting it done. So they've turned on him. So Cena now, with the crowd behind him, is in his last match going up against whoever was revealed to be that third person, if there is a third person. And you do that as the final match. The number 2 in the group against the number 3 in the group. Title on the line. Cena as the face. Trying to get the title. Blah, 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 blah. So that would be one road. Not a road you have to go down, but that would be one road. And the other road you could go down is that Cena's already done 17 and already lost 17. That's not a factor. And what we look at now is, you know, do you do him and Orton? Because they are the great rivals. And so, you know, you make that the final match. Do you do him against a young talent? Someone like an Obafemi, someone like a Trick Williams? Do you go in that direction? Because it would be massive for them. You know, is one of his final parting gifts going to be, I'm going to put this person over. I'm going to allow this person to beat John Cena. This is going to be my final match. I'm going out with a loss. And I'm going to put over this young Trick Williams or this young Obafemi or this young Javon Evans or this young Carmelo Hayes or whoever it might be. And it's sort of a passing of the torch. I mean, when Ric Flair went out, he went out to Shawn. He went out to one of the best so that he had an amazing final match. Does Cena take a leaf out of that book? If so, who would we regard as the best? Is it Seth? Is it AJ? Who is the best in-ring performer we've got in WWE? Do you go that way and put on just a banging final match? So it's hard, isn't it? It really, again, it depends which road do you want to go down. You know the one I would choose. Because I also love the idea of Cena winning 17 and then forfeiting and then putting the belt in the Rumble. I can't shake that. I can't shake the fact that we could have him win that title, forfeit it, and then we can put it in the Rumble, and then the winner of the Rumble becomes champion. That will make the Rumble bigger. Rumble's in Saudi Arabia, so they'll flipping love it. And literally anyone could leave us. That would mean that Jey Uso would have won the title this year, would have just straight won the title. Like, maybe that's how Sammy gets it. Like, there's so many people that are going to be in that Rumble that, like, the winner of it. I mean, imagine Logan getting down to the final 4 and how we'll all be absolutely pooping ourselves, worried that Logan might be about to win the WWE Championship and this is how they're going to do it. I would be really tempted to go that way.
It's Bryn again. Hear me out.
Okay.
John Cena's final match should be against Swipe Right, and Swipe Right should win, and both share the World Heavyweight title like Lay Cool. Have them hold it for a year, then drop it to me.
Yes. Swipe Right. I love those guys. Great tag team on Evolve. They actually competed on NXT last week against Fraxium, and it was so good. That match was so good that I think there's a lot of Swipe Right fans now that are like, okay. I really like that Brad Baylor guy. I mean, he does give you kind of shades of Shawn Michaels. He's very arrogant. He's very believes in himself. Like, he's very, like, you know, thinks he's a hit with the ladies. He's a bit more preppy, you know. He's a little bit more, shall we say, posh than I think Shawn ever was. So, I mean, you're never going to get an exact, you know. But you can see some comparisons there. And that team can go, man. I mean, they're sort of rockers. Imagine the Rockers being young, right? And being arrogant and being all about the girls. But rather than being like rock stars, instead they went to a private school. That's Swipe Right in my mind. It's Rockers if they weren't quite as aerial. Like, they're still really good, though, Swipe Right in the ring. Still fast-paced. Still putting on brilliant matches. Still, like, you know, think they're a hit with the ladies. But instead, they go to private school. They go to boarding school. That's Swipe Right in my mind.
Of the week. Hi, Daze. I'm disappointed in the build this year. Feel like we've gone from a great story to no story rock. And Travis should have shown up the pre-shows.
He has been absent. I mean, unfortunately, there was a couple of rumors. One, that he would appear on one of the Raws on the European tour. He didn't. And the other rumor was that the reason they stopped mentioning him in the build was because he just wasn't free. And I think we've seen he just wasn't free. So we managed to get him at Elimination Chamber, and he's not been available outside of that. The truth is that he's really busy. I have no doubt that if he was free and able to do it, he would do it, because he's on the board. Like, it's really in his interest that WWE gets great ratings and that there's loads of excitement, and it's really in his interest that this product does really well, because he's on the TKO board and he's got loads of stocks and shares in the company. So I have no doubt whatsoever if he was free, he would be part of it. But I think he just gets pulled in a lot of directions. His plates are very, very full. And unfortunately, we've kind of done a bit of a story, which I think he'll be at WrestleMania. I expect him to be there. And I'm sure that it will still come, will play through at WrestleMania. And I'm sure there's going to be some more twists and turns and whatever. But unfortunately, as part of the builds, he's just not been around, has he? And I agree, that has been disappointing.
Toby Robb. I like the idea of putting over young talent, but as we've seen with Theory, and it can mean little in the end. I'd rather it was legend against legend.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. You never know what's going to happen with that young talent. I mean, obviously we did Kurt Angle against Baron Corbin, and there was a lot of frustration at the time. I don't know if the belief was in WWE that Corbin retiring Kurt was going to be big for Corbin and it would unlock, something for him. It didn't come through. It just didn't happen. And as a result, I think that was definitely seen as a misstep. It's certainly something that Kurt, I think, wishes was different. I feel a bit sorry for Corbin, really, because it wasn't his fault, was it? I mean, he was given that opportunity. He took that opportunity, and people have been a bit sour on it. So I do feel a bit sorry for him. But I do understand that. Like the argument of like not going with a young gun because it might not work. I think, to be honest with you, that might be the same argument with the streak. It's the argument I've always used with the streak. A lot of people have said we should have gone with Bray, we should have gone with Finn Balor, or we should have gone with some youngster. And that's a real weight to put on someone's shoulders, because, they've got to be invested in. And, if, for example, you'd put it on someone that ultimately gets released a few years later, what a disappointing end to the streak. This is why I have a slightly different opinion about the streak ending the way it did, because we gave it to someone that could carry that weight. We gave it to someone that did actually use it, because I make this point a lot, but going into WrestleMania, there wasn't anyone expecting Brock to beat Undertaker. And I think that's kind of lost to the annals of history, really, because I don't know how many people were really watching at WrestleMania 30. But Brock was seen as a challenge, but a challenge that Undertaker would be able to get past. It was a big test, it was a big challenge, but it was one that didn't really feel like Undertaker's streak was going to... It just felt like this is the next guy that's going to be fed to it. This is why it was so shocking. This is why there's people open-mouthed that cannot believe what they are seeing. Because I don't think really people went into it thinking that they were going to give it to Brock. So, yeah, I mean, that is another one. That's another hot topic where people are like, it should have been this person, it should have been that person instead. And a lot of people don't like the way the streak ended. But for me, you could have given it to a youngster and they could have been released a few years later. Kind of very same argument, actually, that's just been presented there about Cena's last match.
Listen. Swipe right or fine. Their gimmick is holding them back, I feel. They're talented, but I just cringe at their hundo shtick.
I think you're meant to be honest. I mean, did you see them outside the ring on Wednesday? They were outside the ring with Zeta Steel, and they were really being immature. And to be honest, I wasn't too keen on that part of them kind of acting like Chewie was like, they were making out that he smelt. And they were like, oh, what is that? Oh, is that you? Oh, and they were like really, like, you know, being quite bratty. But, you know, I've seen some of their promos and I don't know. I think they're young. I think they're finding their feet. I think that they're really good in the ring. I think that what they've managed to achieve so far is, I think the name grabbed my attention anyway, Swipe Right. And then seeing their workers just grab my attention even more. Are they, you know, are they ready for the main roster? Are they polished? Is this going to be what's going to, you know, take them to WrestleMania? Maybe not. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but I feel like they're just starting out on their journey, really. I think they're like 20 years old, something like that. They're really young still, so they've got plenty of time. They're still putting it together. So we'll see. Don't give up on them, LS Dub. Don't give up on them. I will not tolerate any Swipe Right hate here. This is now a Swipe Right stan account.
Sac City. Daze, what do you think about Ric Flair saying he's going to stop Cena winning 17th?
Well, he's not really saying that anymore. He's actually come out and said he's not going to be at WrestleMania now. He said he's under contract with AEW and he can't be a part of WrestleMania. It's kind of gone away now.
Yeah, but I shouldn't cringe at them to the point where I want to shut the TV off, LMAO.
Okay, this is getting serious now, Ellis Dub, right? I will time you out. I know I said that I'm very tolerant of other opinions, but not when it comes to Swipe Right, right? Those are my guys. I hang with those guys. We hit the clubs, right? Well, not yet, we haven't, but we're going to. And, I mean, they don't know about it, but we will. And it's going to be so much fun. So they're my friends. Yeah. So you leave them alone.
James Chadwick. Holy shit, Wyatt 6 has just tweeted. Days read super chats. I know, not very cryptic, but OMG.
Okay. What are they saying? Oh, was there a super chat? Let's read that. I didn't see that come. Oh, there's been a few that have snuck past me. Oh my God. Guys, I'm going to get to the Wyatt 6 thing, but let me just do some of these because I did not see these coming through. Wayne
Garland. Days, could Cena come down to new music at Mania?
He could do. I mean, obviously he's come out with that line of you get what you deserve, you don't deserve new music. So, but he could do. I mean, part of me wonders if he said that because obviously the heel turn was a big secret. So that means they've not been able to get anything kind of planned. They've not been able to get anything sort of done in advance. This is why I don't think you're seeing much in the way of new merch. I think for that European tour, they've kind of already had that merch created. So part of me wonders, is he saying that because it's true and that's what they're going with? Or are they saying it because that term was kept so quiet, they actually did not have anything lined up? I don't know. I think that it will be a big entrance. I think that there could be a twist on the theme. I would be shocked if you got brand new music, though, because he did come out and say, you get what you deserve, you don't deserve anything. But could they actually present it as being a bit darker, maybe? Could they put a little twist on it somehow? Could it be that they play the music, but Travis Scott raps over the music coming down with Cena? So they kind of tweak it that way, maybe. Don't know. I'll have to see. I'm currently not expecting completely different music.
Mike in the mix. Unpopular opinion, maybe, but Jey Uso bores me too.
I would say maybe unpopular with some, but not unpopular with everyone. I think there's a lot of people that would share in that opinion, yeah.
Aaron Hanrahan. That's a fair point. Days still exited for Mania. I'll be 21 on Saturday. Have a great week, Days.
Oh, Aaron, I hope you have a good 21st birthday, buds. I've had so many of those 21st birthdays, and each one just gets better for me. So I don't know what number 21st birthday this is for you, but yeah, I hope it's as good as last year's 21st birthday. So Aaron, shout out to you. Mike in the mix, thank you for your comment as well. Here's Mohammed
TLE. Hi, Days. Sorry your voice isn't 100%. Wishing you a speedy recovery ahead of the weekend. It's my 25th birthday today. Can't believe I'm 25.
You're 25? Oh, I've never been 25 yet. Well, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I hope you have a good birthday. It's your birthday. What, today? Oh, I heard you say weekend. So, yeah, happy birthday. God, everyone's having birthdays. Have you all decided to have your birthdays around WrestleMania? That's very clever. I might do that next year. So, Mohammed, shout out to you, buds. Dem hands, though.
Dem Hunstol, $5. Daze is the goat of wrestling steaming. What you do for the wrestling community is amazing.
Yeah, Dem hands, though, you are correct. It is amazing. I am basically, you know, I'm like, well, I was going to say like Jesus, but better, but I'm sure that'll upset someone, so I'm not going to say that. Because if I was better than Jesus, I wouldn't actually say that. I am, though. Not really. If you're offended, I'm not. If you're not, then I am. Dem hands, though, shout out to you. James, did you lie to me? Because I haven't got any new messages, and I feel like you lied to me, and it was just a way of getting me to check Super Chats. And if it was, that was really clever. I don't know how to feel now. Because I've gone searching, I can't find anything, and I'm sad. Where is he? Where is he? You explain yourself right now. James is a liar. I think he is, you know. Of course it was. Oh, James. Look at you. Look at you playing me like a cheap fiddle. I'm searching as well. Whilst people were talking, I was like, where is it? I can't flip and see anything. God damn it. Ah, you've made me have to go through all these super chats now. I was going to leave them all to the very end so that people got stressed and thought I was going to forget. I just missed it. I didn't even see them, to be honest. So, James, thank you. Wyatt6, I'd like to thank you as well. You played a part in that. Thanks. You've done some... Wyatt6, thank you for actually achieving something. You got me to read my super chats. Good. That's the best thing you've done in 2025. Blimey hell. It's the only thing you've done.
Edward Brown, LFC, won the baddest on the planet. Days I would pull the trigger, but only till SummerSlam because I want to see Punk Cena, and I want Punk to take the belt of him. And also I feel his last match will be someone young and not ready yet. Boo.
Right, so you'd go for someone young. I have heard that about you. Anthony
Cruz. Days is 21 every day for the next 100 years.
That's true. I look so good. I think it's the fact that it's so... You can look at me and you can just... It just makes sense, doesn't it? You look at me and go, yeah, he does look 21. Imagine when I start aging and it doesn't look... I don't look like I could be. That's going to be a bad day. Mayor Pete.
The Mayor Pete. Hey, y'all. I'm on the entrance ramp, 4th row.
Oh.
Red jersey and lucha mask. Enjoy the show.
Oh, okay. Entrance ramp, 4th row, red jersey and lucha mask. So there we go. Keep an eye out for Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, enjoy the show, buds. There's only 14 minutes. So enjoy the show. Oh, God, and you're still jumping on here, even though you're actually there. God, I love that. It feels like we've got correspondence in the room. Mayor Pete, what is the atmosphere like, please? I don't even know where we are, you know. Also, Mayor Pete, where are we? Where is Raw tonight? Is it Sacramento? I think it is. I seem to remember that being mentioned, maybe by Adam Pearce. Oh, I bet he's gone. I bet he only jumped in to say that and then he's disappeared. Yeah, what's the I want to know what the atmosphere's like. Is the crowd ready? Is the crowd excited? Where is he? Is he there? He's gone, isn't he? He's flipping gone. He's flipping. Everyone does this. People leave. Do you know what? This happens to me all the time. People jump in, leave comments, and then they run away again. We're in Sacktown, said Anthony. We're in Sacktown. Boggle Boggle said Cody's new merch makes sense if he was to turn heel. The merch makes sense. Him staying babyface, it adds credit to rumors that Cody was the one they wanted to turn heel. Just like George. Just like George. Yes. Nick Nitro said, it's our fault you don't get to them on time. That is true. More of that, please. More of the community taking responsibility for things that are wrong. More of that. 9 Duck Holiday. Let's get to 9 Duck Holiday. I think we're doing well, buds. I heard the awful news.
9 Ducks Holiday 4. Thank you all for the wishes. Things are looking up.
Good.
Biopsy with the kidney in the AM, one step towards my lady needs. But tonight we watch Raw.
Yeah, 9 Duck Holiday. I got told about this yesterday, I think, during our WrestleMania watch-long, the WrestleMania 9 watch-long. So I was very sorry to hear the news. But if things are looking a little bit better, then excellent.
TTV Harvesta. Daze could have wished me a happy bidet, which is today. I'm 17. Also, do you want Tiffy or Charlotte to win a WrestleMania?
I think Tiffany should win. I think the feud makes a bit more sense if Tiffany wins. I sort of feel like if Charlotte wins, and she was always planned to win, I really don't know why she made it so difficult for Tiffany. I feel like, and I know there's disagreement on this as well, but I feel like Charlotte made it a bit bumpy on that sit-down interview. It feels like Tiffany was kind of reading from a script, and it felt like Charlotte was being a little bit more free with what she was saying. I think she was jumping in and kind of throwing Tiffany off, and I think that is what prompted Tiffany to go away for a week, dig into Charlotte, and be like, I ain't letting her do that to me next week. And then that's why we ended up with that segment that fell apart with them both being in the ring. So if Charlotte kind of knew that she was going to be winning at WrestleMania, why make it so hard for the young talent, right? It makes a lot more sense if Charlotte found out that she's going to lose at WrestleMania and maybe was not thrilled and thought, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to, we're going to have some fun on the road to WrestleMania. Maybe that makes a bit more sense then. I'm not saying it's right. And both of them have let themselves down in that in-ring segment, But it makes a little more sense in my head as to why things went the way they went if Tiffany wins. So if Charlotte wins, I will be very confused. I think Tiffany is... I don't even know who's favourite, but I've got Tiffany winning. Okay, next one.
James Chadwick. Member, I've got a really small penis.
James, shout out to you. It's a surprise. Well, is it a surprise? The message is a surprise. But yeah, James, thank you. Let's go over to Long Beach Hippie.
Long Beach Hippie. Member. Daze, with Travis Scott headlining Coachella on Sat night. It's a huge festival in Southern California.
Is he?
Going on stage at 11:40 p.m. If he makes Mania on Sunday, he will be a tired man. Maybe hungover.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, I don't know that he ever operates 100%. He's probably always stoned out of his head, or I don't know what he was doing in the ring before. He was like warning spirits away or something. I don't know that this guy operates at 100%. I think he just like flows through life. So he could probably do Saturday night, get on a jet, maybe sleep on the jet, maybe get stoned on the jet, get off the jet, get stoned again, warn off some spirits, and flipping go to WrestleMania. So interesting that he's doing that on Saturday night, but I don't know that it'll be a massive barrier.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Member. Days I went out while you was sleeping to get new stuff for Under the Desk. I tagged Doe in them. You haven't seen them, right? The Cody thing, I spent £9 on £9. I did take the money from you, bud. Aha.
I don't even understand that message. I've got new stuff. I spent £9 on Cody things. Okay. Have you tagged me in it? Do I need to put it into... This is like flipping Nightbird. Have you tagged me in some pictures? Are you trying to get it into Unseen? I don't know what's happening. God bless you.
Apollo's Travels. I do not feel that this Raw is anything to be excited over. I mean, what else can they give us this close to Mania? Metal Mama 1987. Stoning those spirits off. That's where they've been. It's all his fault.
Yes. I think when he was in the ring doing this, because if you look at Travis Scott during the beatdown, he's kind of wafting away, right? And I thought it was some sort of drug. Some people have said that the smell is actually really strong when you do that. And you can get like some sort of buzz off it. But then I've had other people going, no, my nan does that. It's fine, right? So I have no idea what he was doing, right? He was bringing airplanes in or something, right? In the background, wafting away. But I think what he might have accidentally done is he might have accidentally scared away the WrestleMania build. He chased away all the OMG moments for WrestleMania. This is why we ended up with a really flat March and April. Whatever he was doing, he chased off the WrestleMania stories as well. So I know who I'm blaming. I know where the finger of blame points to. Flipping Travis Scott. Wafting away.
The Sunny Wolf. Member. Daze, at this point, my third book might get released late summer. I haven't had the inspiration to write, and I've been trying to think of things to write. Oh, well, writer things, what can you do, lol?
I've said, I think that you should think about wrestling. You should think about doing something for wrestlers. And what you could do is you could do a wrestling poetry book, WWE, and then what you can do is you can actually screenshot the page, say you've got one on Rhea Ripley, make it as good as you can, make it as thought-provoking as you can, as deep as you can, really, quite powerful, yeah? Really make, obviously you want it to be as good as you possibly can, but if you can make it so that you can then tag Rhea in it and share it with Rhea, and go, I hope you enjoy this. I wrote it for you. And tag Rhea in it. She may retweet it. And you may actually get Rhea fans reading it going, that just speaks to me. That's why I love her. And so you might be able to do that with Rhea. And you don't want to just do it for everyone, because then it just seems like you're doing it for the sake of doing it. But, you could do it for Rhea one week and then next week do one for Seth or Drew. Or it could be good to go after people that are very active. If you was to do it for Karrion, I think you stand a really good chance of Karrion reading it and Karrion sharing it or liking it or responding to it, because Karrion's actually very active online. If you did it for Roman, I don't think would respond. Roman's not very active. But if you was to do it for Drew, if you was to do it for Karrion, if you was to do it maybe for Kathy Kelly, I'm just trying to think of the people I see being very active online on X. Then, you might get retweets out of them. It'll give you more exposure. It's a fine line, really, because you don't want to be too pushy and you don't want to do it just for the sake of... People won't like it if you're just doing it for your gain, right? You kind of have to do it because it's a nice thing to do, really. If you just do it, but it doesn't mean that you still can't have a strategy, It doesn't mean that you can't still do it and benefit. And, if I was to do it, I would be thinking along those lines of, let's tailor it to wrestling, because, you're in a lot of wrestling communities. So that's what your friends are into. I think it's hard to push poetry on people that just don't really engage in poetry. I think that's hard. I think you've done amazingly well to sell the numbers you've sold. But if you wanted to tailor it to wrestling, I think that makes sense in my mind. And then you can go, well, what more can I do with it? Tagging in wrestlers, sending stuff out to wrestlers. Certainly the ones that are more active makes sense to me. But I don't know. I mean, you got to also do what you want to do, haven't you? You've also got to do what feels right to you. The thing with poetry and art is it's very personal. So, you know, you have to do what's right. So, I don't know. I wish you all the best, bud, as always. I'm sure that whatever you come up with is gonna kill it. Christopher, we got 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Christopher Height, Bling Nudget. Oh, days we're in home stretch to WrestleMania.
We are.
Through all the ups and downs few days away, we will experience WrestleMania 41 two-night event. I'm so excited.
I hear you, buds. I hear you. I am excited as well. I'm excited as well. I'm also, I mean, not nervous, but like, I suppose for me, there's a little bit of like, I hope my voice holds. I hope the streams are fun. I hope that we, you know, do the week right. I hope that we're, you know, I hope it just goes as well as kind of what you're hoping it goes, you know. So I suppose there's a little bit of that for me, but, well, you can only do what you can do, can't you, really? We're going to be here for the shows. We're going to react. We're going to have conversations, going to have a bit of fun. And there's not really much more we can do outside of that. So we're going to do our best. So, yeah, WrestleMania is here. It is a marathon. I've learnt that in previous years. This is why we're not bouncing off the walls tonight, because this is actually the start of what is going to be a really long week. Tomorrow we've got NXT. We've got Evolve. I've got the member streams. We've got Wrestling Escape Pod. There'll be some opinion videos. There'll be review videos. We've got SmackDown. We got the Hall of Fame. We got Stand and Deliver. We got WrestleMania Night 1, Night 2. We got Slammers. We got the Raw after Mania. We got NXT after Mania. We got Unseen videos. Obviously, WWE World. Mattel are showing off new items. There's going to be loads of interviews, loads of press, loads of new merch. I mean, everything in the wrestling world goes up to 11, doesn't it? In this same week, everything just gets turned up to 11. So, I mean, it really is going to be a marathon. So, if I was to give some advice, I'd be like, don't burn yourselves out. Make sure that, you know, you got your snacks and you're getting your rest and all that kind of stuff, because it's just going to keep going, man. It's just, honestly, God only knows how long Unseens are going to be. I'm really going to have to be selective this week as well. I get tagged. I said it yesterday. I get tagged in a lot of stuff, which I appreciate. But really, this week, we don't really need all that garnish. We don't need the old kind of clips and, you know, all that kind of extra stuff. There should be more than enough this week to flip in fill Unseen with just comments and build and pictures and merch and WWE World and interviews and, oh my God. So, yeah, it's going to be a busy week. So, enjoy it, buds. Okay, here we go, kids. Let's go. Then, now, forever, together, forever. Dun 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 dun. Babadum babadum. Together. Okay. Chet, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the gifted memberships.
Phantom 67. Member for 10 months. Supporter. Woo, LFG WrestleMania week. Cheers.
Woo. We got a woo. Yeah, Phantom 67, shout out to you, my friend. Chet, shout out to you as well. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as Monday Night Raw begins. That's quite nice, isn't it, in Sacramento? The Golden One Credit Union Center. Have I seen this before? There is Jay, is in black, he's not wearing his Yeet shirt. Looks like, I mean, I don't know if he'll change, but it looks like he's very dialed in, very focused. There is Penta. Penta taking on Finn Balor tonight. There is Judgment Day. Finn Balor talking about getting that Intercontinental Championship. Obviously, Finn and Dominic are going to be in the same match. CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns.
The Sunny Wolf.
Oh.
Yeah, Daze, I could do that. I can make a fourth book after the third book and name the fourth book Wrestling Poems for the Soul.
Yeah, just something to think about, something to play around with. Okay, so there is Heyman. We just saw Seth and he was wearing something a little similar to the Shield.
During 66. I looked up all the events and badges and wow, there are a lot of non-we shows this weekend.
It was a little bit like you had said I looked up all the events in vaginas. Because I don't think Vegas was spelt quite right. But I did understand what you meant. I do want to read that word again, though.
Vagis.
Vagis. Vagis. That's what I call them. Right, we're looking at last week when we had a very serious Jey Uso. Let's get a couple of comments. Jennifer said the wise man in the building. Yeah, they said that he was waiting for the OTC.
LSW. Lots of go-homey matches that, if they're good, won't be that harmful.
Yeah.
Adrian, new member. Notice they keep looking behind them before they turn a corner. Alex Marcy, Seth is going to play the mind games tonight. All right?
Oh, yeah. There will be some mind games. Seth with that favor that he's owed. We're just seeing there's going to be lots of video packages tonight as well.
Kayer. Yeet. Lisa Brown. Yeet, 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 yeet. All game 17. Hey, Daze, are you looking forward to any matches tonight on Raw?
No. Not really. I think Bayley Liv will be okay. Finn, Penta will be okay. But, I mean, they're just nothing matches, really, to just build the matches at the weekend, aren't they, you know? Bayley Liv is just to build the tag match. Penta, Finn is just to build the Fatal 4-Way. I mean, they don't really mean anything. It's just a way of getting them in the ring so that we can talk about the matches that are coming up this weekend. I get it. It's a go-home show. It's what we would expect, so. This will be fine, though. Honestly, I'm not going into this show, like, dreading it or anything. I still think we'll get some stuff from it. I'll be more excited for next week's Raw. The Raw coming out of WrestleMania will have me a lot more excited than the Raw going into WrestleMania. Okay, here comes Gunther. Gunther making his way down to the ring. So,
is it bad I am already tired and the show hasn't even stated?
Oh. Gunther. So, Michael Cole said, I was meant to be talking to him later. I don't quite know why he's out here now. I don't know what that sign says. Okay, Michael Cole's getting up. Is he going to go in the ring? Michael Cole is heading to the ring. He's going to say, we've got an El Grande Americano sign. Michael Cole jumps in the ring. Okay, last week. Here's Gunther. Last week, Jay looked me in the eye, and he said he wasn't afraid of me anymore. Boos for Gunther. That'll be music to Gunther's ear. He'll love that. Jey Uso is full of And he said a nasty words. Gunther, it appears that you're a little bit frustrated. Crowd are yeeting away. Gunther grabs that microphone. Screw Jey Uso, said Gunther. Screw everyone that stands with him. The crowd are booing. The crowd are yeeting. I am the greatest gift this company has ever received. He's getting big reactions, you know. He's getting big reactions. So Michael's gone. He's just had the microphone and he's just going off now. He calls himself the greatest world heavyweight champion of all time. I refuse. Crowds are yeeting away. It won't matter. That's good. Walk in with more confidence than you've ever had. It won't matter. I will still put you down for a 4th consecutive time.
Oppilas travels. This crowd is loud.
They are loud. I was thinking Jey might come out. He hasn't yet.
They need to stop Jey Uso look bad. They need to step up the game. I'm starting not to like wrestling anymore.
They're beating him down, surely, to give him the win at Mania. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." He talks about taking a bath in it. I loved it, he says. I took a bath in your brother's blood. Oh. He's looking right down the camera, and some of these lines... That is so intense. I feel like he just did a face-to-face with me. And I literally just pooped myself. Very passionate. Some good lines in there talking about bathing in the blood of Jimmy. Oh. I've never seen Gunther in this state, says Michael. Will that help or will that hurt at WrestleMania? I think it's going to be like that tonight. So, I mean, that's, as for our opening segment, is actually quite short. We would normally have, obviously, much longer segments than that. But I think it's one of those where we've got so much to look at. They're actually showing the gauntlet match from Friday. I don't think Gunther's promo won my mom over. She just said he thinks it's the greatest thing since Shiz Paper, says Rob. Well, I mean, he's managed to get that across, though, that he believes that he is God's gift. Okay, so we are just seeing Bayley and Lyra winning that gauntlet match. That's going to bring down Liv, and I think that's going to take us to our first match, which is going to be Liv against Bayley. Watch me. Here's Liv. Raquel coming out with her as well. Okay, let's change this over as Liv makes her way down. Liv versus Bayley. Little bit of a nothing match, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's that god-awful word, momentum. Momentum. It's all about momentum. Let's get a couple of comments.
Kader Finley. Mid Morgan. Matt Handy. Hi, Daze. How are you doing tonight? I'm looking forward to Wrestlemania this weekend. I'm feeling a little bit better.
Very good, Matt. Glad you're feeling a bit better, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. As we said, this is a marathon. We are kind of pacing ourselves. We're not getting too OTT or carried away. Mid Morgan has actually got Carlito and JD written on her kick pads. I'm guessing she's got Dom and maybe Raquel. I wonder if has she got Finn on there. Oh, she does have Finn. She does have Finn. Who has she got though? Is she left anyone off? That could be interesting. I don't think she's got JD for JD McDonough. She has got Carlito. I think I did just see Finn. It would have been very interesting if Finn was not on there.
J14. Liv was having too much fun at Coachella.
Yeah, she was at Coachella. Here is Bayley and Lyra.
Poor Rubio. Zoom Station, we used to go to that store all the time and put groceries in the back of the Chevy Chevette. That car used to die at the stoplights and going uphill. Christopher Height, Bling Nudget. Days your stream is always like 20 to 30 seconds ahead of mine. I can never catch up.
Oh, really? That's really weird because it's coming through Netflix and I'm not watching it on TV. I'm watching it through the internet, so it should be delayed. It shouldn't really be ahead. I don't know. One thing has changed though, and that is that we. Is that any better? Ooh, even that looks a little wobbly, unless it settles. Yeah, it's not happy at the moment, is it? Oh. It just massively jumped up. Okay. There we go. Yeah, a little wobbly. I mean, what's good is I've got two routers and they're two completely different routers. Back in the day, I used to have two routers and they would use the same mast. So if the mast had any trouble, I was dead. Now I've got Starlink. So Starlink actually uses a completely different satellite system. So if the one goes down, I do actually have a good alternative. So if we do get any disruption, hopefully it'll just be like temporary. Hopefully it won't be like a big permanent issue. Right, we are back. That was during commercial break anyway, to be honest. So you haven't missed anything. We just had Liv in the ring. Now we've got a little sit-down interview with Bianca. Do you listen to Raw Recap? I don't, but no. I like Sam Roberts, but really it's just his podcast that's just been kind of rebranded. He was doing that with Megan for quite a while, but it was just, I think, the Sam Roberts show or whatever. So they've just rebranded it to like Raw Recap, and now they have actual wrestling guests on. So I'm sure it's good. Okay, so we're just hearing from Bianca. She's talking about this match being a triple threat now. I'm the Bianca that used one elimination chamber. It doesn't matter if it's a triple threat. There's nothing they can do from stopping me getting my flowers. Well, there we go. So we are just previewing the women's triple threats. Bianca against Io against Rhea Ripley. Okay, Irish Sam, let's get Irish Sam's thoughts.
Irish Sam. I'm going to WrestleMania Night 2. Just found out for my birthday. Flying out from Dublin Friday. Yalla Ada Min. Days, I'm getting a Yalla Ada Min merch.
Yada Min. Irish Sam, congrats, my friend. That is brilliant news. Just finding that out that you're going to WrestleMania, that's pretty special. So, yeah, that's really cool. Shout out to you.
Liam Costa Costa. Hey, Days, my friend. I saw a lot of people saying Jay said he was scared of Gunther. So if he was so scared of him, why didn't he pick Cody for Mania?
I think that, yeah, I don't think he's like scared of him. I think that there is doubt there that he can get the win. I think he probably believed that this is the challenge that he needed to take. This is what he needed to prove to himself. This is the mountain that he has to overcome. But it still doesn't mean that mountain is not hard to conquer. And it doesn't mean that whilst just trying to do it, you still won't have those moments of doubting that you can do it. So, to be honest, I mean, neither of them were going to be easy, were they? He'd have the exact same doubts if he was going up against Cody. So it's one of those. I mean, there was no easy option. So he's selected Gunther. There's obviously a history there. I don't think he's scared of him. I don't think he's scared of him, but I think there is some doubt there, understandably so.
Proctor Dill. Member. $4.99. Yeah, I wrote a book too called Wrestling Nights, a XX erotic fanfic about a love triangle between Days, Hall, and Nash. It's offensively sexual.
It's actually based on real life as well. So the pictures that are in there are worth the cost of the book alone. So, Proctor Dill, I hope that is a big success for you. Cringe Wolf. We've got a Sunny Wolf and we've got a Cringe Wolf. Cringe Wolf.
Cringe Wolf 2. Hey, handsome Days, hope you are doing well. Do you think we will have any surprises at Mania? Love that face of yours.
Oh my God, you might be my favorite wolf. You might be my favorite wolf. Of all the wolves that have been in my life, you might be my favorite. Yeah, we do need more comments like this, to be honest. We do need more comments like this. There's not enough appreciation for my looks. Cringe Wolf, thank you. I think you are bringing some much needed clarity to the community. In regards to answering your question, do we think we'll have any surprises? Yeah, I think there could be a Stone Cold. There could be a Becky. There could be a Wyatt Six. There could be an Alexa. I don't think there'll be an AJ Lee. There's really no talk around AJ. But normally when we announce attendances, we tend to do something a bit fun. So when it's time to announce the attendance, I'll have my eyes on those moments. We could definitely bring out some legends. Can never rule out seeing The Rock, Stone Cold, Undertaker. I don't know that Hogan will be there. I think message received. I think it's a bit too hot in the kitchen, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know that Hogan's going to be there, but Plenty of legends for us to turn to, and I'm sure there'll be some surprises. But yeah, I don't know. I can't really sit here and say, oh, we're going to get this person, that person, this person. I don't know that there'll be loads. Sometimes I think fans can go a little OTT with their expectations, but little sprinkles here and there. I mean, like last year we had a cash-in, didn't we? And we had all those people coming out in the main event. But really, outside of that, if you think about the average matches, if you think about Sammy and Gunther or Jimmy and Jay, or kind of go down the match card, there's not loads of like people coming back and loads of shocks and surprise appearances. Do you know what I mean? Kick coming in there by Liv. We are on the outside. There's a suplex there by Liv. She suplexes Bayley on the outsides. So the action here going, oh, look, Liv even finds time to do a little shimmy. So there we go.
Do you think we get Rikishi at WrestleMania? Wrestling fan. I don't think Wyatt 6 appear at Mania, but the SmackDown after WrestleMania.
Yeah, they could. I think there's ways you can do both. I mean, we just said about the attendance thing. I mean, if you have a heel in the ring that's reading out the attendance and berating the crowd, and berating Vegas and, you know, going off, getting heel heat and all that stuff, you could have lights out, lights on, Wyatt's in the ring, they deal with the heels, crowd pop, you know, the Wyatts are back. Could absolutely get that. It doesn't necessarily set anything up, but we could absolutely get that. Same with like this women's tag match as well. You know, it could be that Liv and Raquel are beating up Bayley and Lyra after, and lights out, come back on. You've got Alexa and you've got Nikki in there. So there are ways, there are places. I can't say it's going to happen, but there are places I could see. In regards to Rikishi, I think it would be nice. I really like that thought of like someone having a word with Jay before he goes out. A little bit like how Chad had a word with Sammy before Sammy went out to go up against Gunther. Kind of makes a bit more sense for Jay on the verge of winning a world title. You know, I mean, Rikishi never achieved that in WWE. And so, you know, Jimmy has obviously not achieved that. So this would be huge for their family. So, yeah, I kind of feel like Rikishi should be someone that has a final word with Jay before he goes out there. I think that would be really, really cool. And he would obviously do it as well. But impossible to say if it's going to happen or not. Right now, Liv is in control. Liv is in control. Keeping Bayley down.
Edward Brown, LFC, won the baddest on the planet. Member. Daze. I meant I snuck out from under the desk while you was sleeping to get new stuff for under your desk. As that's where I am. Remember, bud, you keep me under your desk so that I don't get bored. I bought stuff. The Rave Spring. It's hard to remember that the Wyatt 6 moved to SmackDown when they have yet to appear on the show.
Edward, I do remember that one-off comment that you just will not let go. I do remember it. Yes, I mean, Edward is not really under the... I'm going to say something now that's going to shock people. Edward is not really under my desk. It's going to come as a big surprise to people, but that was just a throwaway comment that I said once that just keeps coming back to haunt me now. So, yeah, I'd like to bring some clarity to that. Let's be open and honest this WrestleMania season, shall we? So, Edward, shout out to you. But you are not under the desk, really. And Paulie?
Paulie 1988. If Miz isn't at Mania, I don't want Mania.
Ravespring said it's hard to remember that the Wyatt 6 moved to SmackDown, but they've not appeared on that show. Hannah. Bayley charging it. I know we're not really like getting stuck into this match, but I mean, it's fine. It's a fine match. They're really working hard. They're working at a pace. Kick coming in there by Liv. Bayley going down. 1, 2. Got Real American Beer. Quite a few sponsors in the ring, actually. Snickers. Real American Beer. Chime. Liv over in the corner. Liv going up.
And Abdul. Daze. More ways Cody is the heel in this feud. Neglect to defend the WWE title live on TV for more than 30 Dwayne who wanted to get him in Hollywood. His nickname is the American. Nightmare.
Kick out there by Bayley. Liv on her knees. Knee strike there by Bayley. Roll up by Liv. I was just looking at Liv's... Another knee strike. I was just looking at Liv's things and... I don't know if it says Dominic. Maybe it does. Back in the corner. Going for the pin. 1, 2. So Bayley with the pin. Raquel on the outsides. Daze, can you give a shout out to Mike? Yeah. Mike, shout out to you, buds. If you're watching, Opola's friend, Mike. Shout out to you. I hope you enjoy WrestleMania, Mike. Hope you have a good one. Right now we've got Liv on the outsides. Bayley coming over. Here's Cool Drummer.
Cool Drummer. I feel like this WrestleMania card isn't living up to the hype. Very lackluster.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that, but Liv is feeling it. She's trying to put Bayley away. Drop kick. Bayley goes down. Liv doing a bit of selling there. She really feeling the effects of that. So Bayley is down. Liv grabbing Bayley, looking to get her back into the ring. Liv getting in, going for the cover, going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out by Bayley. Lyra over on the other side. Liv looking over at Bayley as Bayley is kind of crawling over to the ropes. Bayley getting back up to her feet. Oblivion was attempted. No Joy. Shot coming in there by Bayley. Oh, no Joy. Oh my God. That was a big knee. That was a big knee there by Liv. Liv going over to the corner. Going up middle rope. Oh. Lovely. Like stunner by Bayley. Liv is Bayley to belly. Gets it. Liv down. Bayley down. Bayley going for the pin. That leg's right by the rope. 1, 2. Oh my God, no. It didn't make the rope, man. That foot did not make the rope. You could see that foot was right by the rope. You could see exactly what they were going for. But I'm not sold that that foot touches the rope. Maybe the referee stopped the count because of Raquel just getting involved. Perhaps Raquel getting involved is why the ref was distracted. Backstabber by Liv on Bayley. This thing's broken down into carnage. Oblivion. Oh, Lyra. Lyra held on to Bayley. 1, 2, 3. It's a win there for Bayley. It's a little bit of a sloppy moment with the rope bit. I do kind of like that moment where the Oblivion is prevented, though. I think that's good. Let's get the match scores, shall we? I don't know that that's a good sign that they're going to be winning at WrestleMania. We know that if you win on a go home, it's is not the best sign. It's not concrete. Right. Did you notice how Dom's name was missing? That's what I was trying to look for, Isaac. That's what I was trying to look for. I kept looking and looking and looking, and I could never get a clear image of actually seeing what names were on there. It may have featured somewhere else on the gear. I mean, if it had been by a heart instead, that would make sense. I don't know what that person is holding up on his phone. Okay, they're talking about Roman. Adrian said, I love that Lyra's hair matches Bayley's outfits. Oh my God. I'm a guy, so I in no way will have ever noticed that. Those are details beyond my capabilities.
Anna. Daze. Would you say Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez are the hottest WWE tag team title holders in history? Or would you say it's another team like Bianca? Shout out to you, TTC Timeout Tribal Chief Lol. Proctor Dill. Rikishi should tell Jay now's the time for our family's true inheritance. Jay nods knowingly. Then hits the stink face on Gunther, and he just eats his ass for like 45 seconds till he taps.
I'm not going to comment on Gunther eating ass for 45 seconds. It's not why I'm tuning into WrestleMania, to be honest. But in regards to the best women's tag team, I mean, I think they've been fine. Yeah, I think they've probably been about as good as we've got. I mean, Bianca Jade might have them on longevity or something like that. But no, I think Liv and Raquel have been a really good women's tag team. I'm trying to think back through, like, you know, Naomi and Sasha. I'm trying to think back through, like, Bayley and Sasha were women's tag champs as well, weren't they, during the pandemic era? That's when we had Bayley DOS straps. Actually, they were both individual champs as well. I'm sure Bayley had the SmackDown one and Sasha had the Raw women's title. So they were world champs and tag champs at the same time. So I don't know. I think it's really hard to like rank the best women's tag teams because, to be honest, these teams are just thrown together, aren't they? They're just thrown together. They're not like proper legitimate tag teams and we have a proper tag team division. We just tend to throw people together. They have a little run and then they sort of disband, really. So I think there's just a lot of like similar examples. I don't know that there's any team that's really like made it their own. I don't really even feel that way about Liv and Raquel. I'd say they're probably about as good as we've had. I feel like they've had these belts a little while. But yeah, maybe I'd go Sasha Bayley. I mean, Bayley was like an MVP during the pandemic, so... And the women's tag titles played a big part in that. That whole Bayley DOS straps thing. There's not much in it.
Taker 1990. Daze, instead of a match for Randy, because if Randy faces anyone else other than Solo, there's no build-up for the match. He does has history with Solo last year. Randy could referee Cena and Cody.
He could, but it's going to be a match, isn't it? I mean, he could be a referee in that, but it's going to be a match. All the rumors are is having a match, and I think they are building Solo. And, you know, there's a little bit in there that says it might be Nick Aldis, but I don't think it will be. Here is the LWO making their way down. So we are going over to our next match. This is going to be... I don't even know what this is going to be. So, Bayley, Liv. I mean, that match was not bad, really. WWE Hall of Famer. He's taking on Julius Creed. That's how I feel. 29, 4, and 5. Ray against Julius Creed. It's another match that doesn't really mean anything and is just building the Ray El Grande situation. I mean, we may get El Grande interfering. This match could still be a lot of fun. Daze, I was thinking more in terms of attitudes. The looks of the women's tag division title holders, who do we say is the best in regards to attitude? I don't know how. I don't really understand the question, really. In regards to attitude, I mean, Bayley and Sasha had attitude. Sasha and Naomi had attitude. Chelsea and Piper had attitude. I don't really understand. The honest truth is, when it comes to the women's tag division, that they were, for the longest time, the mid-card belts. We didn't have Intercontinental. We didn't have United States. So if you was a woman that was not fighting for a world title, but they wanted to use you on TV and use you in something meaningful, they could either put you in a feud, a grudge match, or they could put you in a tag team and have you go after the mid-card titles. And the mid-card titles, at that time, for the longest time, there was only the tag ones. And I theorized the reason why they did that was because it was a way of getting 4 women into one segment. We had a lot of women, and we didn't have loads of women's segments, because I don't think historically the women's segments do amazing numbers. But we've still got to find a way of getting them on TV. So I think that's why we introduced the women's tag titles, so that we could get women that are just in catering on TV. This is a bit of a misconception with the women's tag division, because a lot of people look at it and they're like, why don't we get women's tag teams? And I think the answer is because if we had women's tag teams, they would be getting on TV. But how do you get Liv on TV? How do you get Sasha on TV? How do you get Raquel on TV? How do you get these people on TV that are not needed in the world title picture? How do you get them on TV? And I think the solution was, let's do women's tag titles and let's just make teams. They're not teams that are going to be together very long. So let's just make teams, throw some teams together. And I think that has just continued. So that's why any conversations around women's tag teams they're not really easy conversations to have, because to be honest, these teams don't stay together all that long. They tend to get thrown together and then taken apart. Some can have some decent reigns, but there ain't loads of mind-blowing women's tag matches. So, you know, conversations around who was more impactful, conversations around who had more attitude and all that kind of stuff. Like, the teams just, it's not like a proper division, is it? It's just a way of getting people on TV. So, I don't know. I think that I would put Bayley and Sasha and what they were doing during the pandemic, I would put them up there with like some of the best teams we've had. But if someone was like really passionate that it was Liv and Raquel and they're the best, I wouldn't argue. I'd be like, okay, cool, yeah, fine. I think they're fine. I think they're good. I like Raquel. I think she's been through a lot. I'm pleased that she's enjoying a bit of success at the moment. But yeah, the tag division's quite disappointing, isn't it? I think we all wish it was better than it was. Now that we've actually got a women's Intercontinental and a women's United States, perhaps there is a bit more room now to introduce proper women's tag teams. Perhaps there's more room now for more Caden and Katanas, or Iconics, or Bella Twins, because now there are other belts for women to go after. Here's Rhea Ripley. She's doing a vignette.
All Game 17. Hey Daze Live did have Dom's name on one of her boots. I'm just not sure exactly one. I thought it was the left one when I saw it. Also, I think they need to do something different with LWO.
Yeah, they do need to do something different. LWO are really flat. Really flat.
And a WWE. Daze. Attractive looks is what I meant. Not attitude. What women's team is attractive to you?
Not interested. Lol. Dead conversation. Not going to sit here and talk about women's looks.
Connor Rigby. Daze, you agree with these 6 celebrities appearing at WrestleMania: Phil Collins, Taylor Swift, Floyd Mayweather, Brandon Flowers, Travis Scott, Jon Stewart. Which ones do you agree with?
I can't see Phil Collins, buds. Taylor Swift, they would love to get, but she's probably not available. Floyd Mayweather, don't really see the connection. Brandon Flowers, I don't see the connection. He's the lead singer of The Killers. Travis Scott, yes, of course, there's rumours he'll already be there. And Jon Stewart does love wrestling. He could be in the crowds. So there's a couple there, but a lot of them, no, I don't see the connection. There's no rumours they'll be involved or anything.
Adam Kizay. Go-home episodes under Triple H are usually very mid and throw away.
Yeah.
I can see a big closing segment, though.
Yeah.
Dralucha Lala. Sorry, Rhea, you screwed yourself twice.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we have got some matches here that... that first match was actually quite fun. It had a nice pace to it. I'm surprised that it came out with such a low score. I wonder if the little botch at the end is what's kind of costing it, you know? I wonder if there was that little botch at the end has kind of soured it a bit for people. When it comes to botches, you can botch during a match, and that's okay. But if it's something that like affects the finish, certainly if it's a botch that affects a pin, it does carry a bit more importance. Botches happen. Everyone makes mistakes. You know, it is what it is. You move on. So, you know, if it's a little stumble, if it's a little slip, as long as no one gets hurt, whatever, you know, normally you can just laugh it off. But if it's something that actually affects the finish of the match, like you could argue that one did, then, you know, that probably does penalise the match a little bit more. So, yeah, it's, you know, one of those. I mean, maybe it was a case that... back elbow there by Julius. Julius is underway with Ray. Maybe it was a case the ref got distracted because the foot was moved by Raquel, and so the ref was like, not going to continue the count there because we've got something happening outside interference. So you could maybe make an argument for that, but we know what they were going for. We know what they were trying to achieve, you know. Connor said, could El Grande be under the ring? El Grande could be anywhere. The referee might take his face off, and then it's revealed that that is actually El Grande. Spartan, hello Spartan. Hope you're well.
Lol guy just listed random names. Might as well include Paddington the Bear, Thomas the Tank Engine, and Peppa Pig.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance all three of those will be there. Maybe even forming a faction. They might come and help Cody during the main event. They might help Jay, actually. Jay's kind of one for the kids, isn't he? Imagine flipping Dora the Explorer comes down to help him. Let's go. Let's go.
The Scottish Nightmare. He came out before the promo. International viewers saw his entrance. I am Philip. Is there anything you want from Cena on Friday? Hasdrubal 15. Bayley doesn't have chemistry with anyone. Liv been tearing it up, but looked mid with Bayley.
Oh, well, really? You thought that last match was quite mid? I thought it had a nice pace to it, a nice energy to it. I didn't feel like it was a mid match. I think the botch might have soured it a bit for people, but they were fighting on the outside. They weren't just playing it safe, so yeah. Scottish Nightmare, shout out to you. Yeah, El Grande coming out. A lot of you in America might have missed it, but El Grande making his presence felt. But is there anything I want from Cena on Friday? Is there anything you want from Cena on Friday? I suppose something little tease to do with The Rock. Maybe a little tease to do with a third person. Maybe some stuff along those lines. Give me something to get my teeth into. Give me some intrigue, you know? Camden.
Hey, Daze, if I use Seth's logic correctly, then now you owe me a favor because I didn't unsubscribe.
Yes. That is kind of how the logic, isn't it? I'm going to unsubscribe and then you don't, so now I owe you a favor. Please don't unsubscribe. Everyone's being removed from ringside here by this referee. Okay, so Chad's been removed from ringside. But you know who hasn't been removed from ringside because he's not there? El Grande Americano. So LWO are having to leave. Even the one that looks a bit like Sergeant Slaughter. They're all having to go. American Made has gone as well.
Cringewolf 2. Daze, I am the one who is under your desk.
Cringewolf, yes, it's you. It's you. I thought it was Edward, but it's actually you. So, Cringewolf, shout out to you. You're my favourite. Dean.
Dean Kohler. Member. So, Daze, what if, and hear me out, if Chad ISNT grained Americano, what if it's a betrayal from a member of LWO?
Well, I think it's fun that they're kind of keeping that doubt, you know? I think it's fun that we've got that snuck in. I mean, it looks like it's Chad's. He wrestles like he's Chad's. I mean, it's Chad's. But could they do a swerve where when we actually get it revealed, it turns out the match that we see is not Chad? It's going to be really hard, though. It's going to be really hard for someone to come out and have the physique of Chad look like Chad. It's going to be really difficult to like pull that switcheroo. I mean, I wonder if there's maybe a way that El Grande loses a match, rolls out the ring, Ray goes out, grabs him, brings him back in, but actually whilst he was out the ring, a switch was made. Could you do something at that point? Would that be really cheesy, though? You know? Don't know. But if El Grande loses at Mania, rolls out the ring, Ray's like, no, goes and gets him. We cut outside the ring as Ray grabs him, and it's done really, really quickly. Maybe then, like, we could see... maybe then it might, be able to throw him back in. The reveal is that it's not Chad, but the match we just watched was actually Chad. I don't know quite where we're going with it, to be honest with you. I'm quite intrigued.
Hannah Bubadwi. Daze, some of the biggest names left off WrestleMania. Alexa Bliss, Wyatt Six, Andrade, Sting, and Carlito.
Yep. I mean, Sting I don't think was ever going to make it. There was a doubt that he'd be given that freedom. Alexa and Wyatt, though, that's obviously caused a lot of disappointment. Carlito might have a presence. He might make his presence felt. But, yeah, I mean, the truth is not everyone can make it. Not everyone can make it. But that's okay. It's always been that way. There's always been people left off the cards. It sucks for those people, but for us as fans, it's more important that the card is right, built well, and that the matches cook. And sometimes it's not possible if you just keep, bloating it and just trying to get as many people on as you possibly can. I mean, there is some complaints that this year has got too many multi-person matches, and I don't know, I hear that. To the outside goes Julius. Ray goes out with him as well.
Austin. Daze, why do you think the Triple H era doesn't utilize big screen promos as much anymore? I feel like those Cody promos could have used The Rock or Cena interrupting on the Titantron.
I think it's availability, but honestly. I think it's availability. I mean, you could make the argument that they could have The Rock film something in advance and, send it in. Certainly during WrestleMania season. Look at this from Julius, though. That is really impressive. Look, he's picked him up on the outsides. He's managed to pick him up and climb up the steps. Didn't Bianca do something like that with Sasha? Didn't she have Sasha up? Ah! Julius going hard into the corner. Do you know, Julius is someone we need to have a conversation about. He's never going to abandon his brother. But Julius is someone that absolutely could break away. I think I always see Brutus being a bit like Otis, being a bit of a comedy character. At least that's how he's being presented right now. But I don't know. You kind of look at Julius Creed, and you could sort of see someone that could be in there having WrestleMania singles matches, competing for world titles. It's a good little showcase, this, for Julius. Maybe a little glimpse towards the future. Crowd cheering away. So, yeah, Austin, I think the Triple H availability is a massive thing. You know, John Cena is working as many dates as he can this year. And, you know, he's been able to give us, 4 in between. Big DDT there by Ray. 4 in between Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania. And they've used 2 of those to just berate the crowd. One was face-to-face with Cody, and then the other one is Friday. Outside of that, we've just not been able to do, like, anything else. Could he have provided some pre-recorded clip? Yeah, sure. He could have, but to be honest, I think there's so many moving parts. I think it's hard. This is a much bigger company than when we were in the Attitude Era. There's way more people, way more moving parts. There's probably a degree of forward planning that's needed, and it's probably difficult when you've got so many things moving and changing. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know when they scrapped the Cody Rock thing. Here's El Grande. Here's El Grande. So right now, El Grande has made his way down, and it's being pulled. Roll up there by Julius. Kick out. El Grande on the edge of the ring. Julius gets knocked into El Grande. Here we go. We've got Rey Mysterio going back against the rope. 619 connects. Julius goes down. Rey goes up. Big splash. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. That's the match. Rey Mysterio gets the win over Julius Creed. El Grande came down, but ended up more getting in the way. El Grande gets in the ring, though. Collides into Rey Mysterio. Imagine if, like, it's revealed, the mask is removed, and it's Kurt Angle. Imagine that. Imagine how amazing that would be. Shots coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee is in there. So Michael Cole said Adam Pearce has got to do an investigation into El Grande. Here we go. El Grande going up top. Rey Mysterio. Just winning and beating Julius Creed. But El Grande Americano standing over Rey Mysterio. We're just seeing a replay of El Grande. Part of his mask must have broken, and he must have just been fixing it, because he was just putting a piece back in there just before he did that headbutt. So that's unfortunate that his mask got a little bit broken and he needed to fix it. That is a shame. Signing the crowds about El Grande. There was a great El Grande poster that was being held up. And there we go. He's shushing. He's thank youing. He's pointing at the WrestleMania sign. There we go. Daze, if Mysterio wins against El Grande, do we think Rey will take the mask off? He could do. He could do. I still think El Grande has got legs to it. If they just keep it around for WrestleMania, I think that'll be a little bit of a shame. Little bit of a shame. I think there's more to this El Grande character. I think we could like dig into it a little bit more. So to abandon it, I think would be a shame. Hannah
WE. Daze, yes, that's true. I've always been a fan of Carlito Caribbean Cool, as when he returned, I was hoping he won a title at least. But what surprise would you like to see at WrestleMania?
I've always been a fan of Carlito Caribbean Cool. I was hoping he would win a title. What surprise would you like to see at Mania? So, what surprise would I like to see? I don't mind seeing Stone Cold. I mean, I think that would be a lot of fun. Becky being back would be fine, but I don't know. I don't need it for Mania, really. I mean, if I could choose anything, AJ Lee. AJ Lee is the one that I'm really waiting for. I was always a big AJ Lee fan. I really liked her character. She was always really, like, playful. I suppose in a way a little bit like you see from Liv, really. Arrogant, heel. Liv's got Raquel. AJ Lee had Tamina. And, yeah, I can kind of see a few comparisons there. But yeah, I'd love for AJ Lee to find a way back. That would be the one I would like the most. Hello, look at that. I don't know what that is. Oh, is that his phone? Okay, so War Raiders just doing a little video there. Now we've got a response from the New Day. We've been at war the entire time. Okay, so we've got New Day just talking about how they're going to regain those tag titles. Nice WrestleMania sign in the background. We're backstage. Thank God for the New Day. Well, there we go. Very focused, very passionate. New Day promo. No comedy or fun to be had there. Right, Daze, I am excited for WrestleMania. Okay, Isaac, let's jump to your comment. We'll try and get to a few comments as...
Isaac.
Oh, here's AJ.
Hey, Daze. I am excited for WrestleMania. Hope Jey Uso wins against Gunther. And hoping John Cena can win his 17th championship. Also, do you think there's a chance we see The Rock on SmackDown?
A chance. There's been no word of it happening. I'd say a chance. Right now, I'd lean unlikely. I don't know that he's around free Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It could be. Or do you just save it for WrestleMania and like we see him there and make it a bit bigger there? I don't know. There's a chance. It's definitely a chance.
Justine Gosling. Hey, Daze, best WrestleMania main event match you like. Roman versus Cody at WrestleMania. 40 for undisputed title when Cody ended Roman title reign. Which main event match from any WrestleMania?
What was the best ever main event match at WrestleMania? Yeah, I'd have to have that up there. I'd have to have that up there. It's hard for me to not go with Hogan Andre, though, because for me, that has just always been the moment. That face-to-face between those two. I mean, I never really felt like Hogan was not going to win Mania 1. Even as a kid, and I really didn't know much, I didn't really feel like Hogan would lose that Mania 1 match, tag match. Title wasn't even on the line. I kind of felt comfortable he would win that. King Kong Bundy in the steel cage was quite interesting, actually, at 2. I didn't know the history of wrestling, obviously, when I'm watching it for the first time. I don't know when he lost the belt, won it, you know. So I was watching a lot of those WrestleManias not knowing what had happened. So King Kong Bundy felt like there was a threat there, but, you know, that did not have the size or the scale of 3. I mean, 3 was like nothing I'd seen. Like like people everywhere. It was so big, so many people around. They claimed 90-odd thousand. We know it's not that many, but like Andre was huge. They were saying that he'd never been slammed, he'd never been beaten. I just sort of feel like it was just, yeah, it was so special. That has always been the gold standard to me, and maybe from a nostalgia point of view, it'll never get replaced. But Hogan Andre, I'd have to have it at number 1, I think. But I would probably have Cody and Roman at 40, maybe at 2. I think Wrestlemania is really special as well. I think that's really special. So you'd be looking at that. I don't know. There's a few. You think about Brett, Stone Cold. I don't think that closed the show that year, did it? I think actually, some of the best matches didn't actually close the event. But Hogan Andre would be my go-to. Here's Karrion. So we did wonder if he still was going to use the same theme, and he is. It's a good return, actually. So to this theme. So he's in the ring, and we'll be getting underway with Karrion against AJ Styles. This one's got a little bit more intrigue to it, because at the moment, Karrion is not at WrestleMania. So this means that we'll be watching him here, and unfortunately, we won't be enjoying him at WrestleMania. So Karrion has made his way down with Scarlett, and they've got that theme from NXT, the whole fall and pray thing. It was touched upon. I think it was Wrestle Night that I know is a big fan sharing that, and it has gone that way. Dr. Luchalala said, of course we get this entrance. It's a real shame that he's not used more and is not seemingly at WrestleMania. So we're looking at a video package, end of the era, the Triple H thing. Yeah, this match, the greatest near fall, maybe in wrestling history. It was really flipping good. Those matches, man. The 2 Shawn ones, the 2 Triple H ones. End of an era. So we're just looking at Triple H going into the Hall of Fame, of course.
Hannah WE. Daze. It would be funny if the Shockmaster came out as a surprise. The guy shocked the world after all. Plus, Typhoon Tugboat is in the Hall of Fame, so we'll never know. He is a great wrestler in WWE.
Do you know, you could see him actually coming out as part of the Hall of Fame, but it is natural disasters going in, so it wouldn't really make any sense to have Shockmaster, him dressing as Shockmaster. I think he'll probably just be in normal clothes, to be honest. I don't know that he's going to put the singlet on, but I think, Fred Dotman should be on stage. They should do a Hall of Fame segment, but I'd imagine that he will be dressed as Typhoon, because it is natural disasters going in.
Bronny Afen. Aubrey, you're actually right. How dare I even complain about it? We're just lucky to be watching Raw on Netflix because they gave we $1 billion deal. Hooray for Hawaii. What a great achievement. The Sunny Wolf. Member. Please consider supporting me by buying my first book in paperback, The Thoughts Within. A collection of poems.
Okay, here we go. We got AJ and Karrion in the ring. George said, I'm wearing my Triple H t-shirt with my hair in a ponytail. AJ Styles chants, Karrion pushing AJ. AJ driving Karrion back into the corner. It's a big opportunity for Karrion. I mean, he really is starved of TV time. So it's a big opportunity for him here to really show people what he's capable of. Big boot coming in there by AJ. Big boot coming back there by Karrion. AJ goes down. Karrion stomping away at AJ. Stomping down on the leg. I mean, could Karrion get the win here? With maybe Logan providing a distraction. Right now we got AJ on those ropes. It doesn't have to be this way, says Karrion. Scarlett's up. Scarlett's getting involved. So Scarlett getting involved. AJ goes down. We know that they should induct natural disasters. The hurricane. If they turned, if they were face and around at the same time, that would have been a brilliant pairing, actually. Putting the hurricane in with them. Boom, AJ getting thrown there by Karrion. Karrion looking out to the crowds. Scarlett on the outsides. Still coming up, we've got Roman, we've got Seth, we've got CM Punk.
Connor Rigby. Night Chris Budd. See you Friday for SmackDown and Saturday and Sunday for WrestleMania. LB. If a mortal match is going to be a regular Hav inductee, Undertaker is going to be in at least 5 of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I don't think they'll hate that because if they can get Undertaker part of that show, I mean, it's always going to help with ticket sales and viewership. And I don't know that it's the only reason they're doing it. I think it is right to put matches in, but it is also a good way of getting a regular supply of the big name legends rather than just using them once and then, you know, maybe using them as to induct someone or... Karrion clotheslining the taking the legs away there from AJ. Karrion on the outsides. Karrion grabbing AJ.
Daze, when do you think we might see Asuka returning?
Word is around May time. That's what people were saying. Around about May time. AJ Styles goes down. Karrion with AJ hurling him over the timekeeper's area. Over the timekeeper's area. Scarlett comes over. Laughs her head off and we go, I believe, to commercial break. Right. Christopher said, Big Boss Man with the baton stick and Mountie with the shock stick. I love watching their matches. Yeah, they were really good. I like the one where Mountie goes to prison. I think, is that a SummerSlam? Yeah, I enjoyed those.
William Hensey. Days, I think if women wore less revealing ring gear, maybe we would be less distracted from their performance. Non-sexualized ring gear is the development that needs to take place.
It's a hot topic, actually, because that's what Mickie James said on LFG, and there's been a bit of pushback from people on that. There's been some agreement by people. You know, at the moment, you've got Zoe Stark and you've got Shayna that are kind of saying we're not getting opportunities because we don't do that. We don't show our backsides and get our chests out and everything. So that is actually part of their current characters. So I don't know. It's a difficult one because, like, I don't know how much of a distraction it is. I mean, I do think the wardrobe malfunction stuff is a problem. I do think, like, that becomes a bit of a distraction. And I tell you the other thing as well is that when women are wearing, like, skimpy outfits, I really think that it takes away from some of those iconic looks. I think there could be some really iconic female looks. And I think Bianca does a good job. But actually, she doesn't tend to wear skimpy stuff. She doesn't tend to have like her backside out and her chest out and whatever. And actually, when I think of like really interesting ring gear, hers is one of the first that comes to mind. There isn't loads you can do with a little bra top and little, do you know what I mean? There's not loads you can do there. I do find them to be very cluttered with lots of buckles and straps and, you know, all this kind of stuff. I do find it to be cluttered. I personally find like some of the nicest gear, some of the most impactful gear to be the most simplest gear. I think about Macho Man where he was wearing like salmon-coloured trunks with the stars on. And it had just Macho Man on the back. It's iconic. Bam Bam Bigelow, black kind of like bodysuit with the flames on. Or Vader with the singlet, black with like the red. I think about those and I'm like, these are really iconic. What about Shawn Michaels? White with like hearts, broken hearts all over for the Heartbreak Kid. And like you kind of go through like the history, like Undertaker's look, very simple but very impactful. I feel like maybe not so much the women distracting, but just more. I think the women could have more impactful gear. I think they could have some really iconic looks. So, yeah, I mean, some people would say that the women do and that, you know, this is iconic, that's iconic. I don't know. If I think about recent gear, there's not loads that come to mind. I think Zelina's was quite iconic. But that wasn't really her gear. It was her entrance kind of Puerto Rican flag. I think that was a really iconic look. I think Bianca's been responsible for some iconic looks. Liv, not so much. Rhea, I would say not so much. I mean, there's not loads to Rhea's outside of her just trying to get as much cleavage out and as much backside out as possible. Which, you know, if that's what she wants to do and she, you know, enjoys showing off what she's got, then, you know, so be it. It is a bit of a hot topic, to be honest. It is one that's certainly because of Mickie James. And her comments on LFG has been a bit of a talking point.
Proctor Dill. Buy my new book, The Daze Within, about Carlito finding himself deep, deep into Daze's scorpion deathlock. James Davis. Daze, do you think Logan would be good face?
No, I don't think Logan would be a good face, no. Right now we've got Karrion throwing a big shot there. He was just playing a little bit of possum. No, I don't think Logan would be a good face because the crowd genuinely don't like him. So if he was to come to the rescue of a babyface, the crowd would probably be appreciative that he had helped the babyface in that moment. They'd probably cheer the fact the babyface had been rescued, but they would just go right back to booing Logan. You just can't escape the crypto zoo scam stuff, the over-caffeinated prime drinks, do you know what I mean? All this stuff, the suicide forest, and you just can't escape all that stuff. That is part of his story and what people think of when they think of him. Kick coming in there by Karrion, DDT.
AA. What do you think will happen as Cena is on SmackDown with Cody? Will they fight? Will something big happen or promo since Cody hit crossroads to Cena last time?
What do you think will happen with Cena on SmackDown with Cody? I don't think there'll be anything massive. I don't think there'll be anything massive that close to WrestleMania. If there is, I think they will try and keep it, you know, acceptable. Like, if it's like a beatdown, you might see just the final parts of it rather than all of it. They might try and keep it so that any kind of beatdown is kept to a minimum because you really, this close to WrestleMania, you don't want to run the risk of injury, do you? Certainly not on the Friday, like the day, couple of days before, 48 hours before, like. AJ Styles picks up the victory. We've actually had an hour and 20 minutes. AJ getting the win. Phenomenal forearm connected. So we've got AJ in the ring Here's Logan. Logan's coming out. Crowd are booing. Here's Logan. He's got a microphone in his hand. You know that he's been working on some stuff. What's up with all the hostility, says Logan. I came out here to congratulate my man. You did it. A bunch of people that weren't cool enough to live in LA. So Logan has come out, is laying into the crowds. Generic California losers. You just showed them why you versus me at Mania is going to cook. Okay. This is what you're up against. Okay, what's this? Okay, so it's a Logan Paul hype video that WWE have prepared. So Logan has said, please enjoy this video package. Okay. He just introduced his own hype video. He did. He lost my respect when he did all that. Yeah, he's matured. And still after what he did, it's kind of unforgivable, especially to some of those families that lost loved ones that all game. I just sort of feel like in this world, you know, people, everyone makes mistakes. And I understand there's people that can forgive him for those mistakes. But he just has always come across as a very arrogant, very unlikable person. And he may have matured now, but the 10 years that he's been on the scene, or 15 years, or however long he's been around, he's always come across as just being very, very unlikable, very self-centered, very, do you know what I mean? Like arrogant and just unlikable, just very unlikable. And from a lot of his fans, you'll be like, no, he's changed, he's matured. And it's like, well, okay, but what about everything we've suffered? What about do you know what I mean? There's a lot of good people in the world that deserve that spot a lot more. There's wrestlers that are not on this card because Logan's on this card instead. And this is why, just can't see him ever being a face. People just don't like him. It's not his character. They just don't like him. Here he is with AJ and pulverized him. David, shout out to you.
David Paul. Member, $5. Friendly reminder, both Mania pre-shows and the H-Off show will be on WWE's YouTube channel if you use Netflix for PLEs. Write this down.
David, shout out to you. Okay, so there we go. That's the build done for that. Mr. Unfamiliar, hello.
Isaac. Daze, do you think that Logan will have someone as a prime bottle at WM like he did the last two?
Yeah, probably.
If so, who do you think will be inside? Nico Capone. Paul Double a slit throat's eye. Mivern Famler. He still hasn't paid back the kids he scammed. He is getting paid from WWE and Prime, but still too selfish to not pay back the $3 million he scammed.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know those people had still not had their refunds. I remember seeing a CoffeeZilla video on it. So that's interesting. I didn't realize that people had still not had their money back, which he said he was going to do. And he's got lots of money to do it. Nico said he had a slit throat sign. God, could you imagine if he's the third man? God, I mean, if that group wants heat, that might be the way of doing it, mightn't it? We spoke about maybe it's Jay, maybe it's Drew. What if it is Logan? What if it is like a Hollywood influencer type situation and it is Cena, Logan, and Rock? Oh, God. Ugh. Right now, we've got American Made out. Chad Gable's been doing this during commercial breaks. Isaac, yeah. I mean, who has it been? It's been KSI and it's been Speed. So, I don't know. Could it be Jake this time? I don't know enough about who he hangs out with, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know who he hangs with. So, Jake would be the guess. Right now, Chad is talking about El Grande. Did you see what he did? He single-handedly took out the LWO. So Chad is putting over El Grande. Ray's 13th WrestleMania match. Thank you. Thank you. A.B. Jobson.
A.B. Jobson. Member. I feel like Raw was used to build up the B matches on Mania instead of the A matches, like the women's triple threat. Kim Atzma. Triple H is an idiot. How is Logan meant to look stronger than Kross? And how is Kross losing clean to AJ right before Mania? Ullis. Brawny FN no Mao. I said, as in I was reacting to it, lol. 8. Paul is the 3 rad guy.
The third
Christopher
guy.
Height, Bling Nugget. Days that Prime drink is crap. Annabue. Days, fun tidbit. Bruno Mars was named after San Martino due to resemblance.
He was.
I wonder if Mars will ever be in WWE, as we have been seeing many celebs. It wouldn't surprise me if more celebs want to wrestle.
Yeah, celebs have wrestled throughout, WrestleMania 1, Mr. T. So there will definitely be more celebs. Is Bruno Mars still over and popular, though? I don't know if he's not kind of fell a bit down the pecking order a little now.
Lisa Brown. Days it will be stupid if Cena wins the belt because he's retiring. There's no stories to build with his title run. It just wouldn't make sense for John to get the belt.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's people that have got different opinions on which way that should go. Right now, we got Stephanie. She's in a buggy with, is that Stone Cold's? Yeah. Moment. Blimey now. So is that him just out? Just wow. I live a very different life to Stone Cold. Stone Cold is just bombing it around a desert in a buggy on the plains. I'm popping to Telford to buy a Snickers bar. Do you know what? I said Snickers bar then without thinking. And it's right in front of me that they're the flipping sponsor. That's subliminal, isn't it? It's actually working. They've got me thinking of Snickers bars because it's being subliminally advertised to me. Oh, my God. Right, here's Jay. Here's Jay. Guys, next time you see me, I might be drinking Prime. I just don't know. Here he comes. Day one-ish, me oos. Day one-ish, just me oos. Day one-ish. I come down like this. So we had Gunther earlier. We got Jay making his way out. Jay obviously didn't yeet last week. He's not yeeting again this week. It is sort of dampening the yeets down a little as a result, which I think is a really bad move. You really don't want people second guessing as to whether they should or shouldn't be yeeting. Like, just have everyone doing it. I mean, they're still doing it, but you can see little pockets. Something changed in this man last week. Jay is coming through the crowds. It's a real gamble, this, you know. It's a real gamble. You've got something that's really working, and now you're moving Jay away from it just like a week out, 2 weeks out from WrestleMania, where he's coming down and he's not doing it. I actually think he should probably say in his promo, like, I'm dialed in. I'm focused. I need to go to a place that isn't fun. But I still want you yeeting for me. When I come out at WrestleMania, make no mistake about it. I want you lot behind me. And you can be behind me by yeeting. Show me you got my back. But I've got to go to a different place. Mentally, I won't be yeeting along with you, but no, I am in spirit. And maybe somewhere along those lines. There's a sign in the crowd that said, "This financially ruined me." Okay, Jay has made his way down. He's over by the commentary table. I think he's going to cut his promo. Maybe there. Yeah, he's got a microphone. He's on the commentary table.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Member. Daze, what if Logan is Cena's last match? How would you feel about that? I'd feel okay. I do like Logan in and out of the ring, just a little bit cause of his friendship with KSI, so I have respect for her.
It's not what I would be looking for. It's not what I would be looking for. Okay, we've got Jay on the commentary table. There is a Logan Paul sign in the crowds. Yeet sign. Sign said, "My first Monday Night Raw." I miss work to be on Raw. Yeet. Michael Cole is yeeting along. What's he saying? Play it again. Yeah, but you're not doing anything. Play it again. So Michael Cole's like, can you imagine 60,000 doing this on Saturday? Let's see what he's going to say. I said what I had to say last week. But I really wanted to come out here and holler at y'all. My mama out here somewhere in the crowds. Where your mind at? Am I crashing out? Hell yeah, I'm crashing out. I'm locked in for me. It made me feel like he's mad. You're afraid. Jay says you're afraid. You're afraid I'm going to whoop your ass. I'll see you Saturday. There's nothing to it, is there? I'm locked in. Let's go, Jay, said Ace. I'll see you Saturday, Oos. Yeet. I feel like that could have been an email.
Aussie Bloke Craig. Member, why do you repeat everything word for word, Daze? We are watching it too. You are just an annoying echo when you do that.
Yeah, I'm glad that someone's brought that up because I see it get mentioned a few times. The truth is that not everyone is watching the show. There's people that get in touch that are at work or they're driving trucks or they're, you know, away from the TV. And so they're joining us, trying to keep up with what matches are happening, kind of what are the talking points, what's being said on the promos. I'm aware that there are other streamers that play the audio, which, I mean, seemingly they get away with that, but I really don't understand how that works. I mean, to me, like, that is a real copyright. I'd be really uncomfortable with that. So the way others get around it is they just play the promo and you can hear it for yourself, which I would imagine is also an annoying echo, as you say, because you've got it where you are, and then it'll be playing through the stream as well. So what I tend to do is I don't repeat the whole promo. I just pick out like the key lines or the key little bits or the bits that grab my ear so that those people that are not able to watch are still able to kind of pick up on a few of the things. But there wasn't really loads to that one, to be honest. There wasn't really loads on that. Aussie Bloke said, I don't get that. If people can catch up later if they don't want to miss it. Yeah, but some people don't, do they? Some people watch it this way. They get everything this way. They don't catch up later. They join the community, see what's being said, get the results, and that is them done when it comes to Raw. They don't go back and watch, like, promos or anything. I mean, there might be some, if it's really good, they'll be like, oh, I'll check that out. But most of the time, you know, you might get a promo like that, which is like, do you really need to race home and check it out? No, I'd say not really. Okay, we're just looking last week with Penta. All Game says, I personally don't like Gunther. I'm going for Jay because I would want anyone else as champion except for Gunther. I don't care for his wrestling or him as a person. I don't know why I just can't connect with him, says All Game. You're not a real fan if you don't watch it live, says Nightmare. It's honestly, I've been there. I mean, I've been at work where, you know, you just can't watch live. In the UK, it airs at 1, doesn't it, in the morning? So Sometimes, like, you can't watch live. Sometimes you can, but you're not anywhere near a TV. Some people work nights on security and kind of use it as a bit of this is a radio type situation. So it's just different ways people consume wrestling. And we spoke about that the other day. Okay, right now we've got Judgment Day beating up on Bron Breakker. Bron getting thrown around backstage. Here's Finn Balor, Carlito, Dom, and Finn Balor. Bang. Look at this. Kicks coming in. So Judgment Day are being led away by Adam Pearce as Bron Breakker is down. And we're moving on to, I think this looks like Penta. Yeah, Penta against Finn Balor should be coming up next then. Honestly, so far, we're like, an hour and 40 minutes in. I'm really struggling to tell you anything major that you need to have seen on this show. It's a go home, innit? It's a go home at the moment. I think the big segment on this show is going to be that Roman, Punk, and Seth segment, and we absolutely could get something from that. This is just going to do what the other matches have done, though, and that is kind of just, set up the Fatal 4-Way that's coming up. This match could still bang, though. Could still get something out of this. So far tonight, though, Bayley against Liv, you lot said was good 95. Ray against Julius Creed, you said was good 97. And AJ against Karrion, you've got as good 96. So next match, we've got Penta versus Finn Balor. Ah, did you see that little kid? Ah, this little baby. And he had little headphones on, earmuffs, to protect his hearing. And Dad kind of held it up, and Penta did the hand gesture with him. To be honest, the kid didn't do it right. If I was Penta, I would have just ignored him. Either do it right or don't do it at all. Did you guys see where Pat's more likely getting sued, said Jennifer? No, I didn't. Jessica said Daze going to be putting in the hours this week. We appreciate Daze. Jess, shout out to you. I think we're all putting the hours in this week, aren't we? I mean, there's so much that's going on in WWE this week. It really is going to be like non-stop. So that's why, as we said at the start, this is a marathon. This isn't a sprint. To be honest, there's not loads here to get crazy over. It's fine, it's watchable. It's the calm before the storm. It's a go home show. It's kind of what you expect from go home shows. But yeah, NXT tomorrow is obviously the go home for Stand and Deliver. Evolve on Wednesday. I've been enjoying Evolve. So Evolve on Wednesday, and SmackDown with John Cena on Friday could be quite interesting. I think on Friday, actually, we've got the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. So, I don't know. Who do you like? We could do that question, actually. Put the question up in the chat about who do you think's going to win. Who wins the Andre Battle Royal? Who do you think gets that? Here's Finn Balor. Finn Balor stepping out. We'll pop back to that and see what people's thoughts are in a bit. So Finn Balor making his way out is on his own. Oh, you could see the drone, actually. I don't know that I've seen the drone before. There it is behind him. I don't think I've ever noticed the drone before. I've never really looked for it, but... Crash Dummy said, maybe it's time to bring in Trick to the main roster or give Carmelo a push. Jay is botching the opportunity. Do you think so? I just don't think they had much for him to really say there. It's kind of done, really, isn't it? I mean, he's come out and just said, you're scared, you're worried, I'm going to take that title off you. And that was it, really. I'm locked in. I'm locked in for me. I'm locked in for my family. It's just sort of done, really, isn't it? I don't know. Honestly, if you put someone else in that position, I don't know that you would have got much more of a different promo. Hannah said, Days with Mania being the biggest event of the year, how do we make the streams special? Maybe a new background or games or halftime song or co-host or shirts. Honestly, I've been doing this quite a long time now, and the lesson I've learned is keep it simple. You can change backgrounds and do all of that, but it doesn't actually change a great deal. You can change the background, which is like, oh, at the start, but literally a few minutes later, it doesn't mean anything. I think if you've got to do games and stuff like that, then, well, I don't know, you're kind of not getting stuck into the comments in the chat. If you're doing a game and whatever, you might, it might be some fun. Some people might enjoy it, but honestly, a lot of people just want to talk about the show and get stuck into some thoughts and theories and, not get too, into anything else. I don't know. I've just found it to be best to just really keep it simple. Rather than confusing matters. So no, I think you know what you're going to get from us. It's and we've been doing it a long time. We've got a great community, and there's, I don't know, I just don't really feel a need for tricks and stuff. We don't really need to do anything. Balor is thrown back in the ring, and we are underway. Are we back from commercial now? Yes, we are. Right. Christopher said, Days, Monday Night Raw main event, Jey Uso is going to be the new world champion. Will we get yeet louder than ever? Jey is going to put Gunther down at WrestleMania. Well, we could. We absolutely could. I mean, could it be that that's how we start the show? Could it be that we start with Jey coming out with that world title and the place going crazy? I mean, you know what international fans are like. International fans are going to be going crazy, aren't they? Because they're all kind of in holiday mode. It's if WWE comes to your town, you might have been at work all day and you get in the car and, you go to the show and you're in good spirits, but it's a little bit different if you've traveled from Europe or India or whatever to be at WrestleMania and you're spending loads of money and you're in that kind of holiday mode. You know that Raw after Mania crowd is normally electric, extra electric. And I think part of that is because it's people that have, they're kind of on holiday, really. They're in good spirits. They've been waiting for this for a long time. And it should be really special next week. I hope next week's Raw can really live up to that kind of Raw after Mania vibe, which has really been lacking in recent times. Kick coming in there by Penta. Too sweet was denied, said Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, I was kind of keeping an eye. Mayor Pete, was you just being held up? Have you got little ear things on? Oh, big chop there by Penta. Mayor Pete, I think I saw you. Okay, Penta against the ropes. This is LS Dub.
Alles Blue. By go-home standards, it's not awful. There have been good performances and a couple of enjoyable matches. It's dipped pretty dramatically in the last 30 minutes, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll pick back up when we get to the Roman segment. Finn Balor in
James
control.
Chadwick. Days, not just WWE and NXT for me this week. TNA GCW Collective Progress ain't missing Cara Noir versus Suzuki.
Yeah. I know you watch a lot, don't you? So there's going to be a lot. It would probably kill me, to be honest, if I was to watch that much. Aussie bloke Craig. If you travel to America for a wrestling show ATM, better go a month early in case you get detained for weeks before being allowed in. Well, I'd like to think I wouldn't get detained. Are they detaining super cute people now? Is that something that's happening in America? Because if so, I would be in trouble. But I've been to America quite a few times. I love it over there. I can't say going to WrestleMania is something that I just don't. It's not on my radar at the moment. I would like to go to WWE World. Honestly, what I could see happening one day is me going to America, going to WWE World, doing that side of it, but then going back to the apartment and streaming it and actually being here and doing the normal stream stuff. I'm struggling to see me get into WrestleMania. Maybe if I retire from this and, maybe just tick it off the bucket list. WrestleMania, I don't know. When I've retired, so maybe like WrestleMania 42, something like that. I might go to, but once this is all done and I've packed this in. But I would like to go to WWE Worlds and experience that, because I think like that's something really special. Lots of photo opportunities, and I do love having my picture taken. It just goes back to the whole cute thing. Right, we got Penta on the outsides. I've got to add up all those hours. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm watching 30, 40 hours worth of wrestling, says James. Got to find time for pornography as well, but can't just, you know what I mean? You can't drop that. I know that's another passion of yours. I mean, there's about 50 hours there, isn't there? God, I just don't know how you're going to sleep, mate. Honestly. Against the ropes, back elbow by
Nathan
Finn.
Troxel.
1, 2, shoulder up.
Daze shouldn't Triple H less into fans who think Cody is not for me. Jay and Cody is not for me. I find heels more interested in heels. The classic goose guy does work for me as an adult, but I get it.
Well, I think it's hard because you can listen to fans that say Cody is not for me and Jay is not for me, but then you've got fans saying Cody is for me and that Daze is for me. I've got me on the brain. That Jay is for me and that Cody is for me. So there isn't a united voice. It's not like everyone's in agreement that Cody sucks or that Jay sucks. Far from it. I mean, there's very differing opinions. So who do you listen to? Who are you meant to listen to? Because there is no loud voice that's saying, this is how we all feel. I've asked around, and this is how we all feel. I mean, the truth is that there's criticism on everything, isn't there? There's criticism on Cena turning heel this late in his career, but most people are on board with it. There's criticism of Jay winning the Rumble, but I would say most people are on board with it. There's criticism of Cody's title run, but all the numbers say that it's going really well and ticket sales are really good and they're, getting more revenue than ever before. And would we be shocked if this is the highest grossing WrestleMania ever? Probably not. I mean, we went through that period where we were just breaking record after record after records. So, I don't know. Who do you listen to? Everyone's got their opinions, and those opinions are very varied. Penta up top.
Adam Keyes. Remember the story Daze told us about a football game, and they thought he had a bomb, but it was a ham sandwich.
That's a true story. That was at Molyneux. That was England under 21s. Yep. And I ended up going and... we actually went back home because it looked like the game was off. So we went all the way back home, which was about not that far away, half an hour away. And then word came through the game was going to happen, but it was going to be at like 10 o'clock at night. Or like, 10:30 or whatever. We went back and there was next to no one there for the game. I basically watched England under 21s in a near empty arena. A near empty Molyneux Stadium as a kid. It's pretty crazy. It's a real rubbish story, actually, now I think about it. Crash Dummy.
Crash Dummy. Triple H's nose seems to get bigger every time he lies about WWE being better than it ever was before.
It is really true. He had a lovely little button nose before he started, but every time he tells a lie, it gets a little bit bigger. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta has got Finn Balor. Finn Balor reverses. Goes up, looking for a backstabber. Gets it. Gets it. Backstabber by Penta, going for the cover. 1, 2. And he even turns Finn Balor's head round. I mean, not like that, but just to the side. Drew said, what wrestlers do we want to meet at WWE Worlds? How much would you spend to meet them? How about your girl Asuka or Gunther or Taker? Well, to be honest, if I was going to WWE Worlds, I would have saved for it. And so the prices would largely be the prices. I don't think they're ever going to charge you anything that's like completely unreasonable. It's not like $2,000 to meet Undertaker. I think Undertaker, John Cena, they were all around the same price of being like 300 and something for a picture, which is expensive. I mean, there is no way around that. I mean, you would not pay that at a Comic-Con. So, I mean, it is expensive. So I don't think you'd be meeting loads of people. But some of these people you just can't meet at Comic-Cons, you know? I mean, like WrestleCon, a lot of those prices are like 100, 120 max. Most are like 50 or 80. But there are some that are like 150 for like big names. So, you know, to then have John Cena and people being like close to 400 is eye-watering. But honestly, for that kind of... there is that attitude of, well, when are you ever going to get the opportunity? Oh, because, you know, I don't know that Cena's going to be doing many Comic-Cons in the future. Same with Undertaker. So when will you get the opportunity? In future years, those prices are probably just going to go up. And so there is a bit of a it's now or never type situation, isn't there? So I don't know. If it was those kind of people, like, obviously you're not going to spend too much. I might factor in, say, $1,000. I might factor in $1,000. I'd want to meet more than one person, and I'd want to get a big name in there. So, I don't know, perhaps you'd meet 3 people. And Undertaker would be, say, 400. Asuka might be like 100. You'd probably end up spending like 600-700 easy. And I don't know, if you really push the boat out and met Stone Cold as well, then, you know, easy grand. Easy. We said the other day, like $10,000 for all your tickets, all your meet and greets, your food and everything. I don't know if that's realistic, but that might be the budget you need if you want to tick every box. 1, 2, kick out there by Penta. I mean, it really is. It really is special to go to WrestleMania. I don't think you just do it. I don't think you can afford to. I couldn't afford to do it, isn't it? A yearly thing. I think now it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I think it's a real special thing now.
Aussie bloke, Craig.
Here's Brom.
This WrestleMania doesn't feel as exciting as last year. I thought we would have a full bloodline civil war with Zilla by now.
Here's Carlito. Bron is coming down. He's in the entranceway. He's making his way down. Carlito gets in the ring. Bron gets in the ring. Clothesline there by Brom. He's on top of Finn and he's raining down blows. Dominic making a bit of a save there. Carlito getting in, so this thing has just sort of broken down. Right now we got Carlito in there with Braun, with Dominic. Penta on the outside, Finn on the outside. Double spear! Braun Breaker with a double spear. How'd you like them apples? So he just speared into Dominic and Carlito. He points over. Penta in trouble. Penta in the corner. Bron Breaker has got him in his sights. Penta getting up. Oh, kick there by Penta. Again, another kick. Going over, round the hat. Oh, a little botchy. Didn't get all of it. Penta in the ring. Penta is going up on that top rope. Comes down, crossbody. Takes out Judgment Day. Penta back in the ring. And there we go. End of that segment. Finn Balor watches on in the entranceway. The first fatal 4-way in WrestleMania history for the IC belt. I would have rather that been a ladder match. I know many other people feel that way as well, but EO Sky, people love EO. This message is for Bianca and Rhea. You keep forgetting that I'm the women's world champion. You push me out the way of your petty fights like I mean nothing. I'm the whole reason you're fighting in the first place. I have that one thing you both want. So she's talking about being ignored. You have to go through me to get this. I'm not afraid to take you both on. I've beat you both before. And I will beat you again. At WrestleMania. I do love it when she does that. I do love that. And I do love Jada Parker when she does that. And I love Kaden when she does that. Okay, so we're just seeing that that's where I would be, kids. I'd be there. WrestleMania After Dark. So we're seeing the T-Mobile Arena. That is where Stand and Deliver is going to be coming from. Right, Drew. So look, see what Drew is saying. They're just showing us some glimpses of Las Vegas.
Drew Griner. Side note, Cena is coming to Dallas Comic-Con in early June.
Oh, really?
And he's charging $179 selfie, $149 autograph. UB World rates were high.
Yeah.
Stone Cold wanted $360 for selfie or autograph. All others $100 to $200.
Yep. I didn't know Cena was going to, where did you say? Dallas Comic-Con. So he's doing, what, $180 for a selfie, whereas it's like $360 at WWE Worlds. Yeah. It is expensive. It is expensive. It's one of those, though, innit? They get you because you're there for WrestleMania. So it's that kind of attitude of when am I going to get a chance to see him? I mean, not everyone's going to go to Texas Comic-Con, are they? I didn't even know he was doing that, to be honest with you. So I don't know when he'll do something in the UK, like a London Comic-Con or anything. So it very much has that, oh, it's kind of now or never. And then that's how they can afford to charge that little bit extra. Yeah, I don't know. You just have to factor it in, don't you, to your budget. Some people won't be able to afford it, and that's understandable. Some people might want to spend that money on merch or, like, you know, going out for some really nice meals instead. But I think WrestleMania, for me, certainly has got to the point where you're having to either really cut back to just basics, or if you're going to really do everything you want to do, it's a once-in-a-lifetime type experience. Okay, they're just running down the cards. We can step away from that. Texas.
Texas Liberty.
Oh, there we go.
Daze, are you going to have a after party her Oppen channel?
Am I going to have an after party OPN channel? Oh, what, on the channel? Sadly not, because my after party is trying to get Unseens done and review videos done. That's my after party. So, sadly not. Could be kind of a fun stream, though, couldn't it? If we, I don't know, delayed those videos and ended up, like, just, I don't know, because you can't play music or anything, can you? I mean, I don't know what you would really I don't know how you would do that. I don't know. I feel like there could be something to that in the future if you was able to get some copyright-free music, and if you did it in a pub. So in the past, I don't know if Wrestle Talk still do it, but they used to do some of their streams in the pub with like some people there that had bought tickets to go along. And you could sort of understand them playing then some copyright-free music or whatever, and then have a bit of that kind of after-party vibe. I don't know how that would translate. I don't know if it'd be a good idea. I don't know if it would work. Like I said earlier, sometimes it's just better to keep it simple. But no, my after show is going to be working on videos.
Calvin Houston. Too many superstars are left off WrestleMania this year. Even if Roman, Cody, and or Cena take time away, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still superstars not being featured. Duran 66. He is going to be at your Comic-Con. Is he there as John Cena or Peacemaker? Season 2 is out soon.
All right. I'm thinking that he might be there, might promote in Peacemaker.
Jennifer Teeters. We try not to spend money in Texas.
Finley says, do it on a Twitch stream. You won't get muted while it's live, only when it's ended. Oh, here's CM Punk. I've never seen you so straight. Is this Roman arriving? Look in my eyes. What do you see? The cult of personality. CM Punk has got his arm around Paul Heyman as Roman arrives. Paul Heyman had been waiting for Roman all this time. Roman finally arrives. Oh, that's awkward. My tribal chief. That's awkward. Okay, here is Roman. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so Roman is making his way down to the ring with Paul. Roman is... So Paul is with him. Everyone's acknowledging as Roman makes his way down to the ring.
Was supposed to be sent home after.
Okay, this should they're giving this segment some time, you know. I know we tend to end like 25 minutes past, something like that, so it might not be getting tons of time, but they're giving it some time. Here he is making his way down to the ring. Roman Reigns with his new merch. The original tribal chief. So, Michael Cole is saying he won't be out there with Roman. He will be out there with CM Punk. It's a very strange position for him to be in. Roman has made his way down. David said Daze uses his fake Jason Statham ID when flying. It's true. David knows me very well. Does Stephanie enjoy the longer Triple H nose at night? I can't speak for Stephanie and what she enjoys at night. I would imagine it's sex. She probably enjoys sex. JPville. Let's have a look and see what's being said.
JPville. $4.99. At this rate, WWE is going to start trying to for air from WrestleMania soon.
Yes. Well, they have sold dirt, and I did buy it. So when they did the Boneyard match, they actually got some dirt from the Boneyard set, put it in a little capsule, put it in a plaque, and then they sold it, and I bought it. So I have actually purchased dirt. I do actually have a little tiny piece of America in my house. Do I regret it? No, because it's so quirky that I think it kind of is one of those that's always going to be a conversation starter. Do you know, when someone comes around and you got a bit of dirt on the wall? I mean, it is in a little capsule thing. I think it is, I mean, I would show you, but it is actually on the wall. And I don't know if I can actually get it off. But it is in this little plastic container in a nice plaque with a picture of Undertaker. I do love quirky things like that. So if they started selling air from WrestleMania, I don't know if I'd be strong enough to not purchase it. David said, sadly, when I lie, my nose shrinks. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I am sorry to hear that. You are the anti-Triple H. We did ask the question about who's going to win the Andre Battle Royal. Spartan said Logan or Tongaloa. Mitchell said Randy if he doesn't have a match. Adam said Rey Fenix. The Sick Horror Kingman said you because you took my heart. Gushan said Rey Fenix. Akeem said William Hensey. Duran says Dominic. Kieran says Otis. Thomas said Sheamus. Blake says Penta. Thomas says Sheamus. Edward said Karrion. Or at least he should. Carla says the fans. Jay said Phoenix. Alex Bliss Gamer says Lily. Nightmare says Omos. Keaton said Rey Fenix. William said, I think it should. If anyone should win, it should be Bayley Humphrey from LFG. Brian said, are you going to watch Hall of Fame? Yeah. I have got the intention of watching that. Ray Phoenix said wrestling fan, and Carlito says Hannah. Okay, so Roman just barges past Paul Heyman there. There's some issues between these two. Clearly, Roman, the OTC, the tribal chief, is not in a good place with Paul Heyman. This is making this segment quite interesting. We do need a quite interesting segment. We are being served a quite interesting segment. Sacramento! Sacramento! Acknowledge me, and he says it right in front of Paul Heyman. Right in front of big-time Paul Heyman. Paul's just standing there looking so confused. OTC, 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 OTC. The whole world can feel that. The whole world can hear that you love and acknowledge me. JP said Roman's hoodie says original tribal chief. Original tribal chief. I mean, it does, I suppose, say the original tribal chief. JP, shout out to you. Some people would betray me. Can you guess on who that might be? Can you guess on who might be betraying me? How can you betray me? Roman's asking Paul, how could you betray me? This is cinema sign. You effed up is the chant by the crowd, you know. Heyman is not appreciative. Here's Heyman. Why? How could you betray me? Crowd chanting, you effed up. And they're booing as well. The crowd are actually booing, and Paul Heyman is not taking that from the crowds. Here we go. No. CM Punk chants. A-hole chants. Roman smiling. My tribal chief. It was not a betrayal. I paid back a favor I owed. It's going to be very interesting to see what Roman says back here. It's a good point. It's a good point by Roman. We're never going to ask for a favor. We take what we want. Yeah, Roman's saying, I'm the one getting screwed here. Why am I supposed to cover the tab for your dumbass favor? It's a good point by Roman, isn't it? It's a good point. I never asked for help. You're the wise man. You made this play. You should cover it. Why am I now missing out on having you in my corner? Here is Seth in what can only be described as maybe the first rejection of what the Shield outfit was meant to look like. Rollins is literally a clown, said Averted Vision. Roman looked at the camera at that favor comment, said Big Migs Gaming. Roman did make a good point there, says Jim. Seth has got a favor also, said Jojo. I'm very interested to see this favor conversation because I ain't buying this one. Crowd are singing away as Seth gets into the ring. He looks over at Heyman. Guy in the crowd has got a shirt on that says wrestling is real. It's not. It's predetermined. I hope he's watching. It's not. You're wrong. Okay, we got Seth over by the ropes. There's a big sign of a happy baby. Crowd are singing away. Seth looking like a member of the Village People. Give it up for your tribal chief. Okay, Seth says you're just missing one little piece. You're putting it together, but you're just missing one little piece. The winner of this match will define the future of our industry. And it can't be you. Oh. Oh. If people like you win that only show up when it's convenient, this business dies. He's making some great points. This business will die if CM Punk wins as well. He went away and now he's back leeching off the work of others. Crowd don't care. They're chanting CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Do you know, I find it so funny. You don't hear Seth chants. You hear OTC chants and you hear Punk chants. You don't hear Seth chants. Favors don't happen by chance. Favors are a choice. Doesn't know you. Okay, that's good. I expect nothing from your dishonorable scumbag wise man. People can choose to repay favors. He's not in Punk's corner by chance. Heyman has made a choice. He's not just repaying a favor. So Seth really getting into Roman's head. I really like that bit where Seth was like, he owes me a favor, but I don't expect him to repay it. People choose to repay favors. Oh, hang on, here's Roman. Wise man. He's right. Well, this isn't great for their relationship, is it? Roman said he's right. You made your choice. He's kind of standing with Seth here. Oh, boom! Love that. Roman lashes out at Seth. I really thought Punk was about to come out. I'm sure he is. But, yeah, he's like, I've made my choice. Heyman is laughing. I don't know if he should be laughing. He pushes Heyman down! Roman pushes Heyman down! That brings out Punk! That brings out Punk! CM Punk comes kind of like jogging his way down, gets in the ring. Punk and Roman. These two going at it. Clothesline, Roman to the outsides. Is he going to help Heyman up? Heyman's still down, you know. Heyman's still down. He looks over at Heyman. He is going over. I think he is going over to check on him. He put his hands on me. Is that Seth? No, it's Roman. Spear! Boom! Shots raining down. Big closing segment this on Raw. You know Seth's going to get back in the mix. He's probably back in the mix already. With a chair just like the Shield betrayal. Only this time, Seth does it in kinky Shield attire. I'm sure on social media you'll see people linking those two moments. The curb there to Punk. The curb to Roman. He goes back, grabs a chair. This is only gonna further promote the conversation about Seth and Heyman. He's looking over at Heyman with a chair. And that is definitely foreshadowing. That is definitely foreshadowing. I don't know that it's foreshadowing that they're going to be together, but him having that chair really makes me think we're foreshadowing a moment with Seth and a chair and Heyman. It's a big tease that those two are going to be together with Punk and Roman down. Do you know that it needed a big moment? I feel like that is its big moment. I don't know that it still really makes this show anything that is worth going out your way to watch. It's a go home in every sense of the go home kind of show that we know. You know, you go into these shows really expecting very little, just finishing touches. And I would say that's the exact show we ended up getting. Thoughts. Mackenzie said it's crazy fashion Shield that we never got. It is like if Maximum Male Models met the Shield. JP Vell said, is the John Cena Cody feud on SmackDown now? I think it's kind of played out on both shows. I mean, there wasn't really much here. Apart from just, I think, did we get a video package? I mean, we know that Cena is on SmackDown on Friday. So, yeah, nothing for Cody here on this. I suppose this was maybe the last build for Roman, Seth, and Punk. So this was the last bit we needed for that, and that was the focus. And then maybe the last little bit we need for Cena and Cody will be on Friday. JP Bill said the real swerve is that it's actually Moxley that's in a Paul Heyman costume. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships. Yamil gives it a 7. I didn't expect too much on the Raw before Mania. Stay safe out there, said Jadam. Ellis Stubb said the show was pretty abysmal. I'm giving it a 5.5. It was very creatively dry. Nothing truly worthwhile happened, and I'll have to do some mental gymnastics to wrap my head around that main event angle. They consummated their nuptials already, says Matter. The Shield chair shot brought back so many feelings and emotions, said Uncle Revel. Did anyone forget when Roman literally Superman punched Paul and was going to hit him with the chair before Brock saved Paul? And then at the Rumble, Paul betrayed Brock for Roman. This has happened before, said Ninja. It has happened before. Wrestling Russ said, Daze, get some rest. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you. Johnny said, I still don't get the point of this match. And that too at a Wrestle main event. This is so inconsequential. I do like the line, though, about the person that wins this is going to, like, really dictate the future. I wish there was a way that felt a little bit more concrete, like that is actually real. Like, the winner... I mean, even a title shot is a little, not underwhelming. It's never underwhelming to get a title shot. You have to win a Rumble for that. You have to win an Elimination Chamber for that, you know? But we have seen people get title shots very easily as well. I don't know quite what the stipulation could be that would be big enough. I mean, would you even be crazy enough to say that the winner of that match can be acting GM for the month of May? Something along those lines. I mean, I don't know that that's a good stipulation. I feel like I've not really dug into that mentally. I'm just saying, like, is there anything that could be bigger? Is there anything that could be bigger than a title shot? Because I wish this match had... I wish I could believe what Seth just said. I wish what Seth just said rang true, that the winner of this is going to dictate the foreseeable future for the company. And Seth saying it can't be you. Because in my mind, a win here is, you know, a big moment in someone's career to win the main event of WrestleMania or one of the main events. But really, come Monday, it's in the rearview mirror and just on we go, you know? I sort of feel like I really want to believe what Seth just said, and I really want to feel like this match really is that. It doesn't really feel like that. I sort of feel like if CM Punk loses, he's still going to bounce back. If Roman loses, he's still going to bounce back. They're all still going to be around. We've been in this kind of situation before many, many times where we try to make these matches feel bigger. I always think back to Survivor Series 2014 when Sting came in and like it was Team Authority against Team Cena. And the stipulation was if Team Authority lost, they were out. They were done. If they lost, it was over. And they do end up losing. And, you know, you kind of felt at the time like, oh my God, this is big news. Like the Authority angle with Triple H and Steph and the way that they had been holding Daniel Bryan back, really trying to get in the way, you know, Triple H really inserting himself in matches. And we would see the Authority really making life hard for certain people. And actually, you know, with the Authority, you've got Seth joining up with them, you know? And like Seth when he leaves the Shield. So, you know, like the Authority play a big part in the Shield breakup. There's always a plan B. Like they were really involved in a lot of stuff. And for them to be broken up and no longer in power, it was big. It was big. It sort of felt like, oh my God, it is a brave new world. But then you fast forward and they get back in power quite quickly after. And that was that. And I sort of feel like with this match, I really want to believe that this is going to bring about a big development and that whoever wins is going to be in a real key position. But there's just nothing there to make me really buy into that or believe that. And I don't even know what that could be. Like a title match, I don't think really achieves that. Let's jump into getting a few thoughts. Ninja
XOX. Daze. Do you think if this match had something on the line, would it be bigger? Tyler Bullock. Roman will win because he still has to get his rematch for the title. People just forget about his rematch.
They don't really do rematches, to be honest with you. It was something that they kind of abandoned. Back in the day when a champion lost the title, they would get a rematch. But WWE came out years ago and said that we're no longer doing those now. There's no longer like automatic rematches. If a champion loses their belt, then, you know, they're just part of the mix, really. So I mean, look, it's a big match to do, Cody and Roman, and seeing if Roman can get his belt back, or Cena Roman. I mean, I'm sure we'll get Cena Roman. I think there's a good chance we could get that match this year. But I don't know. I can't say that I put much stock in the whole rematch thing, because WWE have kind of distanced themselves from that. In regards to would it make it bigger? I think it would, but again, a title shot is one thing. I wish this was even bigger than that. Think about Shane against Undertaker, WrestleMania 32. If Shane won, he got to book Raw. He was in charge of Raw. He would be, Vince would be out and Shane would be booking. And he would be in charge of it. And he was talking about how he was going to take it to new heights and how Vince had run it in the ground and all that stuff. And so he had to get past Undertaker. He didn't. He lost. Vince was so impressed, though, he gave him SmackDown. So Shane then went off to, and that's when we end up with Shane as the commissioner and Daniel Bryan as the GM, and kind of go down those roads. But it's kind of, it's interesting, because there's these times where there's these stipulations that are not about titles. They're about something bigger. It's about, really the whole structure of the show. But I don't know. In my mind, I can't figure out what it would be. It's a real thinker. You wouldn't make a person a GM. I mean, the Roman's just not around enough, and I don't know if you gave that kind of power to Seth. What would that look like? Can you? How would the crowd react to that? There's so many variables. It's not hitting me as oh my God, that's perfect. But I know that I would want something in that match. I really would want to believe what Seth said. That Raw was like a wet fart. I thought you said WWE fart. It was shiz. It was all over the place in terms of booking, said Stray Cat. Watch I said Rhea Ripley getting rematches for title shots. She didn't. She lost the title to Io, and she didn't get a rematch. She had to kind of get herself involved and attack people and kind of get herself in that kind of situation. There was no automatic rematch for Rhea Ripley recently, and ultimately that match has then led to us being in this situation we are now, where it's actually turned into a triple threat. Had Rhea have just sort of not pushed herself into that position, I don't believe there would have been an automatic rematch. Richard said they should add Brock. He's going through legal trouble, so Brock's not happening. Daze, will you also stream the kickoff show? Yeah, we're doing the kickoff show. We're here throughout the 3 hours. In fact, we start even before that. Ellis Stubbs said, how does Seth fighting for the soul of the industry motivate a tie-in with Paul? How do their motives all come together? It's hurting my brain cells thinking about it. Well, I think to be honest with you, I think Paul will attach himself to what he believes is the biggest star at that time. He believed in Brock and he attached himself to Brock. He believed in Punk and he attached himself to Punk. And I think the period that we've just gone through is he believed in Roman Reigns and he attached himself to Roman Reigns. I think he probably still believes in Roman, or at least is given that indication. The thing is that, it's being pointed out by Seth that he's made his choice. He did not have to repay that favor. He's chosen to be with Punk. So now Roman's looking at it thinking, does he believe in me? Seth is saying that what he's always said, he's fighting for the good of the company. And that's why you can't trust Roman and you can't trust Punk. So Seth is kind of saying what he needs to say for his character. And he has been on that theme for a long time, in all fairness. And to be honest with you, I think Paul Heyman will just attach himself to whoever he thinks is the right person to attach himself to. So there may be a connection that way. As soon as we finish the live stream, is it available to watch from the beginning? I'm going to put those on as your voice is quite comforting to sleep to, said Decay. Oh, Decay, thank you. It might not become this weekend when it's starting to fail. It's actually held up quite well. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm all right with this not being the most dramatic show in the world, because screaming and shouting is not where I need to be right now. So this show being a little bit flat, some nice moments during matches, but nothing to really write home about, and a nice little ending. Considering, as we keep saying, this is a marathon, not a sprint this week, I'll take that for now. We may get similar tomorrow for NXT. We may get similar on Friday with SmackDown, although, of course, when John comes out, that's going to be a big segment. But, yeah, fireworks for this weekend. Little Ray said, did you notice the best in business line? Nope, I can't say I did. I think that one snuck past. King Yeti said, ladies, Felix is leaving the stream. Felix, thank you. Also going to have his upset ladies now, which is pretty normal in my life, to be honest. Suma Deep said, this match being the main event sort of ruins the climax of the Punk story. We didn't get him go all out to achieve his dream. Instead, now a document happened to dictate that he will main event WrestleMania. I can understand that criticism. I can understand it being that he's been denied this year, and we spend next year with him desperately trying to get there. I mean, I think there is another level for him to go to, and that would be main event in night 2. I know there are people that don't class main event and night 1 as being a main event. What we've said before is what I still stand by. I believe it is a main event, but I believe there is another level you can go to. Like winning a World Heavyweight Championship. Like, you are a world champion. The record books will say you as a world champion. But I think the belt that matters more is the WWE Championship, which is also recognized as a world championship, but it is that next level above. So maybe we can still do that with him trying to main event night 2 and actually close the whole show out. Nita said, drink some hot water, honey, and lemon. Well, I will be having these things. My voice is fine, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy with how we've just got through that stream, and it feels okay. So what I might do is look to wrap things up there so I can run away and start working on Unscenes and stuff. I think Unseen will be a little bit late. Normally, I'm sat here putting stuff in folders as the night goes on. But yeah, I didn't actually get to do that. So I think Unseen will be a little bit delayed. But that's okay. That's okay. I don't think there's loads that's a talking point anyway. So I'll just round up, there'll just be a bit more reaction in there than we normally have. There'll be a bit more any comments from the wrestlers after the shows that normally goes in tomorrow will end up going in tonight. So I wouldn't expect that anytime soon. You might have to catch it in the morning. Let's get a couple more read out, though, and then we'll run away. There's a couple of names that I don't think we've had comments from, so we'll get some of those read.
Go Tiger 62. I'm seeing some new talent moving up from Evolve soon, because they got some nice talent, especially in the women's division.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how quickly they move from Evolve to the NXT level. I don't know that they will go from Evolve to the main roster. I mean, obviously NXT would be next, but I like the look at, Kylie Ray absolutely could be on NXT already. Callie Armstrong, I think, is very interesting. I really like her. We've seen Kendall Gray on NXT. We haven't used her loads, but she's been there. Obviously, Wendy Chu has been on NXT. Brindley Reese has been on NXT, so we've got a real mixed bag, really, of some girls that have already done NXT appearances and then some that I don't think we've seen there before. But yeah, Evolver's got some decent talent. Swipe Right is a great example, actually, of kind of what we've seen. And I like Callie Armstrong. I like that Holloway guy. He kind of grabbed my attention as well. Jack Cartwheel looks really fun. Cappuccino Jones, people enjoy. Yeah, there's been some people that have kind of stood out. So Yeah, we'll have to see. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they kind of take that next step.
Let him in, you Bray. Daze, it's clear how much Roman still trusts some of Seth's word honestly, hates him, but still knows how smart he is. Thoughts?
Yes. I think that's a good point. He said that he's right, didn't he? And then he attacked Seth, but then he ended up going after Paul as well. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think he does put a bit of stock in what Seth is saying. I mean, they were in the Shield. They did travel together. Their careers have crossed paths many, many, many times. I mean, their careers are intertwined, much like how Hogan and Macho Man's are. So I sort of feel like I don't think he regards Seth as an idiot. I think he sees Seth as being below him. But I think that when he talks, he will listen. And he certainly seemed to agree with what Seth was saying in that segment.
Dirkalukalala. Thanks for another fun stream, Daze and community.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like, I wish there was more for us to get excited about. I think it was a bit flat because the show was a little bit flat. So, you know, you can only really bounce off what you're presented. And I don't think there was loads there for us to get our teeth into. But I think it's more just a case of, okay, we're getting the week started. We know it's a marathon. Lots of thoughts have been discussed. Lots of theories. We're up and running, really. That's the point I'm making.
Anthony JCP. Seth dropping the best for business line wasn't done by accident.
Seth dropping that best for business line, it wasn't dropped by accident. No. That passed me by. I think they've done a lot to really tease those two together, and part of me does wonder if it's a bit too much. Part of me does wonder if it's a bit too much. Are they making it a little too obvious? I don't know.
Here's where I'm at. Punk vs. Roman for the attention of Paul works perfectly. But they're trying to make Paul, the anchor of the story, relevant to Seth. Nothing logically ties together.
Elistub and Ninja, we'll get this and we'll run away.
Daze, you should do an ASMR video when you hit 600K with your shirt out. I got sleep problems.
Ninja, what I might do is cameos where I can do like personalized videos for people, and then I can like do ASMRs there. If I do it on the main channel, it might be a bit too kinky. We run the risk of it being a little bit too hot and sweaty during our streams and on the channel. So I might do that, but move it away to, I don't know, I might do it on OnlyFans, actually. I might start an OnlyFans. We'll have to see. Once we get to 600,000, we'll make a call. So there we go. Right. Thank you for joining us. I know that it was a bit flat. I'm not really looking forward to the opinions video. Just because, like, really, what can you say? Matches happened. The show happened, and then there was a good segment at the end, but there's a few questions around that segment, so we'll see. We'll see what people have got to say, but yeah, we're done anyway, so thanks a lot for joining us. We'll be back again tomorrow for NXT. Obviously, keep your eyes peeled for Unseen, because any of that kind of outside stuff that's happening with stage reveals, WWE World information, any kind of bits and bobs, that's the series it's all going to be getting chucked in. So hopefully there'll be some good stuff going into that. But I'm going to work on the review video, and bid you all a good night. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.